Yes, it's that time once again for a Thursday Captain's Cast. It's finally over.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
We shall never surrender our IPs. Hail the Iron Age, hail the end of the worst Star Wars product ever made, the absolute worst thing Disney Plus has ever made. Ahoy! I am Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel, live on YouTube X and... Wait, what was I going to say? YouTube, Rumble, and X. I'm not going to say formerly Twitter anymore. I'm actually starting to think of it as X now. Elon, you've earned it. You've earned it. How are you? I had some profound feelings as the curtain descended on the final episode of The Acolyte. I predicted that this was going to be the worst one of these, and I was a little bit going out on a limb, because I have to tell you, Ahsoka was pretty bad. Mando Season 3 was pretty bad. The Book of Boba Fett was god-awful. God-awful. Obi-Wan Kenobi. I mean, that was probably the worst one. That was probably the worst one before we got to The Acolyte. So I was going out on a limb, but you know something? At the end of the day, The Acolyte came out, and...
Fuck you, I was right! Fuck you, I was right! Fuck you, I was right!
That would be the great Razor Fist. And also, Hat Tip the Darkest Hour, starring Gary Oldman as the magnificent, indispensable man, Winston Churchill. Sir Winston Churchill, without whose leadership the World War II might have been lost. Anthony Timmons says, "Good afternoon, Captain." Good afternoon, Anthony. Why do I play a clip of Sir Winston Churchill? Well, number one, because he's just awesome. He just is. He's just... The man went to North Africa and toured the front lines with a cigar and an expedition hat. It was awesome. Just a man. Just an awesome man. But, just because these awful corporations have our IPs in their evil, grimy clutches does not mean that we will surrender. We will never surrender. In fact, Mr. Producer, perhaps it would be germane at this time to look in on the Acolyte's audience score. Let's just take a look. I haven't seen it lately. Share screen. Let me know if there is an air conditioner running on the premises, and if it is disturbing the audio, let the captain know and I will handle it. I will send the very real Mr. Producer over to deal with it. Now, oh, there it is. There it is, folks. That is the final, I suppose, that is the final score of The Acolyte. 16% audience score. It crept up a little. Probably, that Manny Jacinto playing a Sith in the nude, just like Pablo Schreiber plays Master Chief in the nude. What is with all of these all these shows where the men are in the nude, none of the ladies are in the nude? Anyway, that probably inched that audience score up just a skosh. But 16%, folks, let it not be lost on anyone what an absolute abysmal performance that is. It's still too high. But hey, it's humiliating, I think. I don't know. I think people like Leslie Headland, cube-shaped human, former assistant to Harvey Weinstein, and a very unfortunate-looking woman, in the words of Jim Dangle. I don't know if there's such a thing as shame for them. So I don't know if that shames them or not. So let me know if the connection is working well. I got kind of a warning on my connection that it might have been a little wobbly, so let me know. It was quite the experience watching the end of The Acolyte. It was, obviously, I've sat through 8 episodes of this show, and for the most part, it's been pretty much par for the course. Boring. God, boring. I actually have a hard time focusing on all the plot holes because you have to actually pay attention. It's very hard to pay attention to a show that causes you sort of anxiety and pain as you're watching it. I mean, I think the worst aspect of this show, seriously, the absolute worst thing about it is the way the characters constantly flip. They don't actually have a personality or a character at all. They just do whatever the plot wants them to do at the drop of a hat. Oh, you want the bad guy to suddenly be the good guy? Done. You want the bad guy who turned good guy to immediately turn back to bad guy? Done. You want the good guy who turned to bad guy who turned back to good guy? Wait, no. You want bad guy to good guy to bad guy, back to good guy, back to bad guy. That's literally the arc of May this entire season. The problem is the show doesn't actually have a sense of who's good or bad. It doesn't matter. My point is, they change allegiances, they change their mission, they decide they want to do something, they decide they don't want to do something, they decide someone's a friend, they decide someone is meaningless to them. Some of it appears to be intentionally written that way. Some of it is just the unconscious errors of bad writers. So there's all of that. That's the most tedious thing about the show, is never... It's fascinating. It's a show that kind of is rote, in a sense, R-O-T-E, right? It's like it's heard other songs that were great songs. It's like a songwriter who heard pieces of other songs and has sort of cobbled them together. So for example, Chimere, a.k.a. Smilo Ren, assassinates most of the cast in episode, what was it? Episode 6, was it? Yes, I think so. 5 or 6. I can't remember. Who cares? It all blurs together. I think it was 6. He assassinates all of the cast. Now, the show plays it like it's an absolute red wedding. Like, it imagines you as the viewer are just sitting there in stunned horror as you watch all of these beloved characters you've loved so much 30 minutes at a time for 5 previous episodes. You're so horrified to see them die, and so the music is there, and all the dramatic beats are there, but you as the viewer actually feel nothing. Like, you just feel, or you just think it's amusing. Me, personally, I had a totally neutral, flat response to it. It just meant nothing to me that all these characters are dying. But the show wants to take credit for it, right? That's pretty maddening. I get to the end of this episode 8, right? And I had this strange sinking feeling. Now, Star Wars has long since been, it's dead. And they have exhumed the corpse, and they are now doing terrible, unspeakable things to it. And the shills are out there, saying, "Step on my face, Disney! Oh, that's how we like it, Disney! Do it to us again, Disney!" However, while I don't really feel the emotions of like, oh, you've destroyed Star Wars. Worst headphones ever. I gotta get better headphones here. I can't help but sit there feeling like I've just watched how can I put this? I don't remember where I saw this character. There was like a character in a show, like a science fiction show I watched years ago. It's a common trope. The character that can read minds, right? The character that can read everyone's mind. And then someone says to the character, wouldn't it be, I wish I had your power. I wish I could read minds. And the character that can read minds says, no, you don't. You don't want to know what's under that. You don't want to be able to pry up the rock and see what's going on in everyone's head because it's awful. You don't want to know, right? I feel like I pried up the rock underneath which Leslie Headland's diseased mind exists. And I had a window into not just her specifically, I mean her specifically, but Hollywood in general, Lucasfilm in general, the collection of wackos, just glue-sniffing morons that made this show. Like, it was as if I got to see the skittering hive mind. I got to see all of its inner workings. I felt almost filthy after watching this show, The Acolyte. I felt like I had watched something so oily, so greasy, so depraved. I literally just felt, you know how you watch something so stupid you feel dumber after watching it? I watched this and I felt like I had just looked under a rock and seen all kinds of hideous decay. It was gross, man. This show is disgusting. The Acolyte is disgusting. Why do I say that? I say it because there is this movie that Jennifer Lopez, J-Lo, was in years ago called The Cell. Okay, I never actually watched it. By all accounts, it's kind of a dumb B movie. However, I remember the trailers vividly, and I was intrigued, but I just never watched it at the time. You know, I didn't usually pick up horror movies, but this one intrigued me because the concept is it's like a science fiction movie. She's in the future. She's a futuristic cop, I think. Don't quote me on that. But basically, they're trying to catch a serial killer. That's the plot of this movie. And Jennifer Lopez, for whatever reason, is the only one who knows how to stop this serial killer. Again, I'm running off of the trailer because I never actually saw the movie. So they find a way to upload her consciousness into the mind of this serial killer in order to unravel his evil plan and stop him and whatever. So the premise of the film is she has to enter the mind of a serial killer and like navigate it as if it's like a real place. And it's meant to be kind of an abstract, bizarre, kind of psychological horror. It's kind of along the lines of Hellraiser. You know, it's meant to be that kind of a horror movie. I just always found the concept of this fascinating, right? And it's a terrifying premise because it's like, why you wouldn't want to be in there, you know? It's like I should get the trailer for it just for fun. Let me see if I can find it. I probably can't play much of it because you know how snotty they can be about copyright. The Cell trailer. Again, never saw the movie because it got such bad reviews that I just didn't bother with it. Here we go.
Do you believe there's a part of yourself that you don't show anybody? When I'm inside, I get to see those things. I feel them.
These girls were kidnapped, tortured, and murdered. Our killer is a white male, about 30 years old.
Carl Rudolph Starger was had the house under surveillance for about 20 minutes.
He keeps them in this thing for about 40 hours. And after 40 hours, the water starts.
So that's the premise of the film, right? And they want to save these girls, so they need her to go into his mind for some reason.
She's gone very deep into his world. So she's made contact.
She's lost. She thinks this is real.
Yeah, so there you go. Never saw the movie. I mean, there it is. There's J-Lo in her prime, right? And in her prime, definitely. And, you know, I just found it a fascinating concept. I feel as if I have journeyed into the mind of Leslie Headland, a la J-Lo in that Cell film, and just seen the horrors that lie therein. These two characters... So the coup de grace of the Acolyte is essentially May. Spoilers for the Acolyte. Spoilers. May winds up. No, I'm confusing the names. Osha's the good twin. The good twin. Well, of course. What do you think happens? She winds up killing Master Soul after she hears that he killed her mother. She does it with almost no thought. She does it with an almost delightful glee. Never mind the fact that she talked Sol down from killing Smilo Ren. So, at the end of the day, it reminded me of the ending of Daenerys Targaryen being killed by Jon Snow in Game of Thrones Season 8. I felt like it was just... well, that's giving a little too much credit. I actually cared about those characters in Game of Thrones Season 8. But in this case, it was just a very depressing, morally bankrupt story. And I feel sad. I feel sad for the state of Star Wars. Anthony Tang is in the chat. Welcome aboard. Says, what's your high school mascot costume's name? That is a very odd question, Anthony. And you are welcome to ask it. You are welcome to ask it. Enjoy the show. Enjoy the show. Now, I would like to do a reaction video. Let's start with episode 7. We're just going to do some reactions. This would be the Nerdrotic review. Take it away, Gary.
On with Chiarimundi. I heard there was some drama.
It's the dumbest thing ever. It's about a birthday.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Okay, sorry, guys.
Yes. How did Jason Mendoza go from, Jason Mendoza to the hot Star Wars baddie?
I can fix him.
I felt like Amandla, when she understood the breadth of what she would be doing, dug so deep into both of the girls.
Acting.
Indara closes her eyes with intense focus. Meanwhile, the witches maintain their spell. Her face tensed, Indara purses her lips and turns her head to one side. In the common room, the witches all collapse into a lifeless heap.
You have received horrific racist backlash, including threats, and what you call intolerable racism. That is your quote. Can you talk about that a little bit, and what has that been like?
I dropped a diss track.
That's what I heard.
When do you decide to...
You know what's incredible? Every time I see this babe outside of the context of the show, she's attractive. She's actually attractive. She looks so... They've got her in a potato sack in every scene in this show.
Utilize discipline to not engage in a reactive way to hatred? And when do you decide to engage in honor by honoring your values and your belief system?
I was going to let Osha go.
Sorry to cut you off, but I just want to slap the shit out your head.
Yeah, even as we were doing the auditions, I was like, what am I doing to these young women?
Nerdrotic.com.
Greetings, you over 1 million hellions and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. After yet another week of the corporate access media being exposed for the lying shills they are, because it turns out when they reported a couple of weeks ago that The Acolyte was the second most successful Star Wars show ever, it turns out it's the second lowest performing Star Wars show ever behind Andor, and considering that show's numbers went up, it's about to be the worst. It seems a week can't go by without a series of Disney Star Wars disasters, and this one's no different.
Look at that. She looks so dumb. It's like she looks like Lloyd Christmas. You know, her haircut, she's got like the weird pumpkin haircut.
Seems a week can't go by
that would be from Dumb and Dumber, Lloyd Christmas.
Without a series of Disney Star Wars.
That is her expression the entire show. That probably doesn't help at all. Her expression in the show just
disasters, and this one's no different, including another week of PR catastrophes when Amandla Stenberg went on The View to admit that she made a diss track directed towards Star Wars fans.
Are you dumb?
That's followed up with former personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein, Leslie Headland, giving an ill-advised interview with the Mary Sue where she has trouble describing how she created her own character.
I was like, oh, this is very almost Scorpio-y, because he's like, it's revenge-driven more than just being like, I'm evil in the darkness. Was it important for you guys to highlight, he's still a dude who very clearly, something happened that turned him into this, and it's not just an evil for evil's sake?
Absolutely, yeah. He always had to feel like he was operating from a place that I think what you're saying, it had to be clear that his character was always operating from
and after Disney's...
They have no idea. They have no idea who their characters are. No idea at all. That's so amazing to me. Dude, you could ask me about any character in my book, Blood and Oak, and I could tell you exactly what's motivating them at multiple levels at any point in the story. I couldn't write otherwise. I couldn't. That's actually one of the biggest obstacles. You know what's amazing is you should see the whiteboard that I would create. I would write all these different. I'd make sure. Okay, well, if the villain arrived at this time and surprised the hero, then that means that the hero was traveling for 3 months. What was the villain doing during those 3 months? And I would agonize over details like that. This babe has no idea. She has no idea how fast starships go. She has no idea why May is doing what she's doing or why Osha's doing what she's doing. It just feels, he had to feel like he was from a place that, why did May decide to completely drop her mission? Why is May even following Chimera? It makes no sense. Anyway, resume tape. Neutron Pack is in the chat and says, is the only reason they erased May's memory so the sisters can be one is good and the other one is evil. I mean, basically, yeah. I mean, that's what this whole show, yes. Essentially, that's what they wanted. So the show starts out, May is an evil Force user who is going around knocking off Jedi. And the big twist, the big reveal is going to be that at the end, it winds up as Osha, the good one, who winds up killing Master Soul because he reveals that he was very naughty and he accidentally killed her mother when she turned into an evil demonic fart cloud. I sort of hate all the characters in this show equally. I mean, the Jedi in this show come across as just as morally bankrupt and creepy as the heroes do, or I guess the witches do. The most anxiety-ridden part of this show is that you get the very real sense that the show is not simply trying to explore the moral gray areas of the Jedi or other Force users. You get the feeling with this show that the people who are behind it don't actually have a moral compass. They have no moral compass. They cannot see the difference between good and evil. I've been rewatching Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul in a kind of machete order. So I've been going through those whole series. One of the fascinating things about those shows is, and they do have their flaws. I definitely spot their flaws here and there. One of the things that's interesting to me is that Vince Gilligan, the showrunner, and by extension, the other writers on the show, believe it or not, of which Rian Johnson is one, there is a very real sense of the moral compass of all of the characters. Walter White, being an anti-hero that we have fun following, is nevertheless, within the world of the show, he is doing bad things that sometimes he gets away with, but that always reap a kind of real-world consequence, right? And so none of the characters, you never get the sense that the writers themselves are saying, yes, slay queen, whenever, one of the bad guys does something bad, even if it's something to a worse bad guy that kind of deserves it, there's a very real sense of actual morality in the show that, yes, but we know that these aren't really good characters. They aren't really doing good things in the world. Another example is the show Dexter. The show Dexter, where we follow a serial killer, the titular serial killer, who only kills other killers, right? And he only kills them when he can absolutely verify through hard evidence that they really did the deed. He can't kill them until they do. In a way, the show invites us to feel permitted to root for this serial killer killing people and to share in his delight and in his glee when he kills bad people. They're all bad people, and they all deserve it, right? There's a moral gray area in the show because we as the viewer are pleased when Dexter kills a bad guy. And we kind of see him, we the viewer that is, I think we tend to see him as a vigilante. What I find fascinating about the show is the longer you watch it, you get all the way to the end, and I know people have problems with the ending, and so do I. However, the one thing that's clear in the ending is that the show never is morally condoning what Dexter is doing. The things he does ultimately result in terrible things happening to the people he loves. And it's stated to him by his sister, Deborah, when she says, bad shit will find you, right? And one of the other things is, I kind of come to realize that Dexter deludes himself. He always comes up with reasons why he has to do the things he does. He has no choice. I was born this way and all that sort of thing. And then he rationalizes it by, well, look, people slip through the cracks. I'm taking out the garbage. But none of that has anything to do with why Dexter does what he does. There are many clues in the show that Dexter literally knows he's putting people in his life at risk, but he does it anyway because of something he wants personally out of it. Best example is the Trinity Killer in Season 4 of Dexter. He has an opportunity to kill the Trinity Killer, and in theory, that's what he would do if he's this vigilante who's taken out the garbage. But he doesn't, because he realizes that the Trinity Killer has successfully created a family life in addition to being a killer on the sly. Dexter wants to learn from him, so he spares him temporarily to observe him, which is what inadvertently leads to the death of his own wife, because he gives Trinity a chance to kill his own wife. So my point is, Dexter does things ultimately for his own selfish gratification, and the show is aware of this. So I'm giving you these examples of Walter White and Saul in the Better Call Saul world, and all those characters, the character of Dexter. There's a very clear morality that runs through the entire show. What's fascinating about the Acolyte is that none of these characters are morally praiseworthy. All of them do things that are sort of despicable, selfish, or evil. The interesting thing is the show seems to reward them and love them for that. And the shills, the clapping seals, who love Disney, you're a genius, Disney. They wouldn't care about this show if it were Rebel Moon, the Acolyte by Zack Snyder. They wouldn't give a shit. But because it's Star Wars, they care. And they love it too. They think, oh yeah, Slay Queen. Osha just sees some abs. She sees Kyber's abs, and suddenly it's like, well, let's team up. He murdered an entire squad of Jedi in front of you, and now you're gonna join him. Or not even join him, but it's like, oh, enemy of my enemy. We got to check out the Drinkers review. You're gonna love it. Anthony says, it's so neither of them have to take accountability for their action. A typical intersectional, if I may editorialize there, feminist move. Hansa Dostal is in the chat. Welcome aboard. Says, is Chimere aware of Plagueis as his cave's roommate? Is he Plagueis's rival or master to Chimere? These are questions, Hansa, that are not answered in the show, and frankly, you could ask Leslie herself, and I doubt she would know. She has no idea. She couldn't even hardly answer the question of what motivates Chimere. You know what the most telling thing about these characters are? I can tell that the writers have no idea what their lives were before they arrive on screen. Right? So what I mean is, who is Chimere before he arrives on screen in this story? They have no idea. Who are May and Osha before the scene in their childhood when they're sitting around the tree? They have no idea. Well, yes, they've lived in a coven and they live in this, but I'm saying the deeper lore, the deeper lore of who, like for example, why is the coven there? What happened to them? There's a sense that there's no answers to those questions. So, and we'll get into that. But one of the problems with this, and we'll get back to Nerdrotic's video in just a second, but you have reminded me of something, Hansa. You have reminded me of what real writers do that the writers of any D+ series do not do. Like, Dave Filoni doesn't do this either. Why am I not spelling this? Hang on a second. Where is it? Where is it? Got it. Okay, I got it. I'm going to show you this, okay? Also, I wonder if I have the Stranger Things one, actually. I might have that one. Just doing a quick search for it. I know I have this. I'm looking for the Stranger Things series Bible to see if I've got it. I think I do. There it is. I've got it. Okay, I've shown this on the stream before, the Battlestar Galactica. That would be the reimagined series, the Battlestar Galactica series Bible by Ronald D. Moore. It's fantastic. It's a work of art. But since I've reviewed that before, I'm going to show you a different series Bible. It is freaking phenomenal. Let me share my screen for a second. Present. Which one would I choose here? Share screen. Window. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I should have hit the cough button there. I should have hit the cough button. My bad. I just didn't get to it there. Okay. So this is the series Bible that the Duffer Brothers used to pitch the show Stranger Things. And it was originally going to be titled Montauk. That's why it's, Montauk is the title, right? So this is what they brought to Netflix to say, okay, here's what the series is going to be. Some of the details changed as the show got developed, but let me just show you kind of what talented writers do. Okay, so here's Montauk, an epic tale of sci-fi horror. Introduction. Montauk, which, again, that became Stranger Things, is an 8-hour sci-fi horror epic. Set in Long Island in 1980. Originally, it was going to be in Long Island, but they moved it to Indiana because it worked better. Anyway, set in Long Island in 1980 and inspired by the supernatural classics of that era, we explore the crossroads where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. The feeling of fear and wonder as Elliot approaches a fog-drenched shed in E.T. The helpless dread that consumes Chief Brody as he watches a boy in his raft dragged under the water by an unseen monster in Jaws. The crackling television in Poltergeist. The horror of a cackling clown in It. The friendship and adventure of Stand By Me. Emotional, cinematic, and rooted in character. Montauk, Stranger Things, is a love letter to the golden age of Steven Spielberg and Stephen King, a marriage of human drama and supernatural fear. And by the way, if you're new to the channel, I am a giant fan of Stranger Things. I think it's the best thing Netflix has ever created, bar none. And I love all 4 seasons. Moving on. So in their series Bible, they include pictures, right, of like what they're referencing from 80s movies they love. Notice something else here, by the way. I've always said, like, 80s nostalgia is a bit overplayed lately. What I love about this series Bible is it illustrates that the Duffer Brothers weren't just trying to recreate 80s nostalgia. They were literally saying, like, we want to recreate a project that would fit right next to those Steven Spielberg, Stephen King, 80s era science fiction, drama, horror films, right? And I think that's why, in my opinion, Stranger Things is very authentic to the 80s. And it feels like you're actually in the 80s rather than something like American Horror Story 1984, which feels like a pop culture idea of what the 80s was. And it was crap. It was absolute shit that season, by the way. The Montauk Project Conspiracy. Everyone loves a good conspiracy. We've seen well-known Area 51, the Philadelphia Experiment. I'm going to skip that part, but that's kind of just more of the background of, like, government conspiracies are cool. This is a story that basically gives you the backstory. Now, remember, this changed when the show eventually got done in the final draft, but we begin at Camp Hero in the fall of 1980. A few months before the base will be shut down, a mysterious experiment has gone horribly awry. Something has gotten out. On this very night, a young boy, Will Byers, vanishes into thin air. His disappearance has a potent effect on the small town community, particularly his best friend, Mike Wheeler. And on it goes, right? And notice how they're using, like, an image from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. This is the kind of feeling they want the show to have. This is the structure of the show. Act 1, episodes 1 to 3. This is brilliant, actually, by the way. Act 1. This is of the whole series, right? Act 1, episodes 1 to 3 will depict the vanishing of Will Byers and the resulting fallout in the community. Chief Hopper will investigate the disappearance, only to find his case obstructed at every turn by shadowy federal agents. Let me see if I can zoom in a little here. There we go. Mike will meet and bond with Eleven. Jonathan will become fixated on a supernatural tear inside his shed. Joyce will make paranormal contact with Will. By the end of the act, our disparate characters will all arrive at the same conclusion. Will was abducted by supernatural forces and taken into a realm which exists beyond human senses. Act 2, episodes 4 to 6. We'll have the town of Montauk, which became Hawkins, Indiana, in the final product, becoming increasingly haunted, raising the stakes on our characters' desperate attempt to uncover the mystery. Several peripheral characters will come to the forefront, including Terry Ives, a local conspiracy theorist who later became Eleven's mother instead. Mr. Clark, a middle school science teacher, will also delve deeper into Eleven's terrifying backstory. Mike will travel into this alternate dimension for the first time. We will return with proof that Will has arrived, but if he wants to save him, he will need help. The act will end with our disparate characters and storylines coming together. I do like that they ultimately went for Hopper and Joyce going into the Upside Down instead of Mike. I think that was stronger. But Season 4 actually brought a lot of these original ideas more to fruition. But I digress. Resuming with the Stranger Things series Bible, Act 3, episodes 7 to 8, will climax with characters working together to outsmart the military, which, by the way, the characters being able to work together is one of the most brilliant pieces of writing, I think, about Stranger Things. The way that the stories come together is the true gift of the Duffer Brothers. Our characters will venture into this alternate dimension, save Will, and hopefully close this tear once and for all. And they ultimately resolve that in Season 2. Now, that gives you a sense of how they had an exact idea of the story. They go through tone and style. They go through, like, the different, why they like the genres. Now, this is the piece I definitely want to highlight, okay? This is the character backstory, right? Mike Wheeler is 12. He is a cute kid, but a birthmark on his left cheek leads to much bullying and near crippling insecurity. He has never had a first kiss, much less had a girlfriend. He escapes his insecurities through reading fantasy novels, spending time with his 3 best friends, Lucas, Dustin, and Will, retreating into his own vivid imagination. The dungeon master of his Dungeons & Masters group, he writes sprawling adventures with fantastical monsters. When he finds himself on a real adventure facing real monsters, he will discover a courage he didn't know he had. By the end, he will even kiss a girl. Most of that wound up in the final version. Lucas Conley, 12, is Mike's best friend. He lives only a few houses away. He's scrawny, short, loud-mouthed, initially a source of comic relief. His character will darken and deepen over the course of the series. His wealthy parents are in the midst of a costly divorce. Vitriolic arguments are a daily occurrence. As a result, he will grow angry and destructive. His attitude will land his friends in danger more than once and put his friendship with Mike to the test. Will Byers, 12, is a sweet, sensitive kid with sexual identity issues. So they knew that before they ever wrote the show. I kind of thought that was tacked on, but they knew that from the beginning, that he had sexual identity issues. He only recently came to the realization that he does not fit into 1980s definition of normal. His innocent choices, such as his colorful clothes, prove a constant source of bullying. Like Mike, Will escapes through fantasy gaming where he can be himself, uninhibited. He has a close relationship with his mother, Joyce. His brother, Jonathan, helps raise him in lieu of their father, who abandoned them 4 years ago. So what is my point in bringing all this up? Okay. My point is, notice how talented writers have answers to all of those questions. Where was this character? What was this character's upbringing like? What are they like as a person? What are things they like? What are things they don't like? What do they want? What do they wish? Mike Wheeler, based on that, I can answer that question. What does Mike Wheeler truly wish in his heart of heart? He wishes to kiss a girl. He wishes to have the courage to kiss a girl. That's something I know about him from that Bible. My point is, shows like The Acolyte and Ahsoka and the Book of Boba Fett, they don't have this. And if they do have it, it's shoddy, sloppy work. But my guess is they really don't have this. I mean, it's, in fact, let me see if, what else? Is there anything else I want to cover in this? Notice how they use Stand By Me, the film Stand By Me, as a kind of framework for how to do The Boys. The Outsider, 11. I actually really love 11's little blurb here. She was an orphan with telekinesis. Her preternatural abilities have been linked to genetic mutations caused by her mother's drug use. When she was just 2 years old, she was taken for experiments by a clandestine faction of the U.S. military, etc., etc. So all the answers are there. That's hard work, folks. And lazy writers, but lazy's probably being too kind, stupid people like Leslie Headland aren't able to do that. Neutron Pack says, I can't believe the payoff for the killed Jedi with no weapon is force choking. It's, oh my god, that is so bad. That is so awful. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Neutron Pack, we're going to check something out because you mentioned that. By the way, did you watch the movie Kill yet? They have a more emotional moment when a character dies in a 40-minute character development than Acolyte. Acolyte. I have not. You know, let me just check where that is, and I can watch it tonight, actually. Kill. What is the... This is in 2024. I don't really have anywhere I can stream it. That's my problem. It says not available for streaming. So maybe I'm not looking at the right one. Hit me up in Discord, Neutron Pack. Do you like KOTOR 2's story? Knights of the Old Republic story? Great question, Hansa. I have not played Knights of the Old Republic. It's one of those, it's the one that got away. I love BioWare, or at least I love what BioWare used to be. Everyone raves about that game. You know what? I've been kind of looking for a new game. I need to download it on Xbox and play it. Everyone raves about it. Everyone loves it. I suspect I would like it based on what I've heard, but I couldn't tell you. Oh, you're saying it's still in theater, Neutron Pack. Oh. I'm kind of out of the loop lately. Captain's had a lot going on. So I totally missed that. Okay, fair enough, Neutron. I will, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know if I'm going to make it to the theater, but if I do, I will take your recommendation under advisement, so. Now, I would like to play... I'm going to leave Nerdrotic's video up, because I'm going to come back to that directly. Actually, I might just skip ahead to his other video, because Critical Drinker, who frankly is the best film reviewer pretty much ever. He's pretty much, I would say, he's my favorite interviewer pretty much of all time. He's got the ability to just summarize every inch of a story, and it's in 7 minutes. It's unbelievable how he does that. Okay, present. Here we are.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber. You go and do something like this.
And totally prove me right.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
Hat tip Critical Drinker.
You know, watching The Acolyte is like some bizarre form of self-inflicted torture. Reaching the end of another episode is like waking up on my kitchen floor in a pool of my own bodily fluids after a 3-day bender, only to realize that it's not my kitchen floor when the real owners of the house discover me and just won't stop screaming. Not only is The Acolyte a laughably terrible piece of media that further tarnishes the reputation of a brand existing on life support at this point, not only does it squander hundreds of millions of dollars that could have been used to fund far more deserving projects, and not only is it one of the worst showcases of every amateur hour writing failure imaginable, but unlike the aforementioned 3-day bender that ends up on a kitchen floor, it doesn't even provide any enjoyment before the soul-crushing regret kicks in. It's just crap, plain and simple. Oh well, at least we've made it to the penultimate episode now, an episode which finally provides the answers that you already knew to questions that you never even wanted to ask. So let's get...
That is the perfect summation. It provides the answers to questions you either already knew or you didn't care. You didn't care to get an answer.
right into it, shall we? The episode once again finds us back on the planet of the communist lesbian space witches 16 years ago, this time retelling events from the Jedi perspective. And if you're expecting some big mind-blowing revelation that totally recontextualizes everything that happened in episode 3, then prepare for disappointments. Anyway, the episode picks up with Squid Game Guy and the others mooching around the planet scanning moss and things for like 7 weeks straight. Why? That's a very good question.
You know, it's incredible. Critical Drinker is hilarious and he's great at making jokes. He didn't even make a joke. He just described what's happening in the show. they're fucking going around collecting moss. Fucking moss on this planet. Oh my god, I can't even tell you how much I hate this episode. This is episode 7. Okay, you've got these 4 idiot Jedi, right? And they're all hanging out on this planet Brandok. Planet Brandok! God, if I have to hear one more of these stupid Disney Star Wars names, I'm gonna just do me head in. Alright, anyway. Decorum up, decorum on the deck, the captain will compose himself. You've got these 4 Jedi, and they're hanging around this planet, and they are scanning. They're putting grass. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? How did Leslie, this woman, how did she ever get a show for $180 million? How does this happen? How can someone so freaking stupid as these people, how can they get this much resources to just do whatever they want? It's unbelievable. Dude, I can't even describe to you how low rent this scene of the show looks. It looks like they went out to some field in Riverside, California, and they just turned the camera so that you couldn't see the abandoned warehouse on this side of the frame. And they just were in dead, tall winter grass, and they were picking grass, and they were putting it in little plastic boxes, and they're saying, oh, we have to study the planet to find out if where the virgins of the Force are. And I'm like, this is so far removed from George Lucas's Star Wars. You know, you think of those original trilogy, the original trilogy. I have great reverence for the original trilogy. I have great reverence for the concept, George Lucas's concept of the Force. The Force will be with you always. That's one of my favorite lines in all of cinema. All of cinema! Do you realize that the Force is something that no other science fiction universe, at least that's widely known, let's just boil, disclaimer, asterisk that, I don't know. I've never discovered another science fiction universe that has a concept like the Force. It is a religious kind of spiritual energy. It's this beautiful idea of like life and its power. And also, the original idea of the Force is that in its natural state, it's a force of peace and helpfulness. And like it's this beneficial energy that is available to all. It permeates all life. Life, as Leota puts it, life creates it. We're not this crude matter. So in other words, it was this deeply spiritual idea. And the idea of the dark side was that the human failings of greed and desire and anger and every other vice is what leads to a twisting of the Force. It leads to a kind of mutilation of the Force, which is referred to as the dark side. And Darth Vader, the master of evil, he is the ultimate. He is the ultimate twisted, mangled, cybernetic organism. He is the expression of what happens when you twist the Force with the poisonous things of like greed and selfishness, right? That's a beautiful idea. These idiots in charge of the Acolyte turned the Jedi who can experience this feeling in a spiritual way. They're monks. They're monks. They're like meditating. That's the idea. This is not a scientific force. And to be fair, George Lucas did introduce the midichlorians, which I hated the midichlorians for this same reason, but it's not nearly as bad as what they did in the Acolyte. Let that be said. I like the prequels, in case you're new, I like the prequels, but I did hate the midichlorians. Because of this basically same reason. The Force is this spiritual, divine energy. Now, in this episode, you have these 4 Jedi who are walking around collecting grass to scan it. And I couldn't help but think, what an ugly, cold, sterile way to look at the Force. And more importantly, it's because the sick, woke minds, okay, that are running this stuff, all they care about is power. In other words, morality is actually kind of irrelevant to power, isn't it, when you think about it? Because you and I, that would be, you know, your typical garden variety nerd who grew up on Star Trek and Doctor Who and what have you. Classical heroes. Morality is this line, right, with evil on one side and good on the other, and power is a kind of vertical curve. You can have wise, generous kings. You can have evil, malevolent tyrants. You can have, you know, the diamond in the rough, you know, poor guy like Aladdin who's just trying to survive and he's got a heart of gold. You can have the evil scumbag poor guy who will knife you for a penny, right? So in other words, power is like the vertical, morality is the horizontal. But in the sick, woke mind, those two things have become aligned. The more powerful you are, it's like the more praiseworthy you are, so long as you are also part of a victim class. And because my camera's not mirrored, I'm doing this all wrong. But my point is, anything that a person of color, or a person of different sexuality, or a person of femaleness does something with power that is praiseworthy. Or at least understandable, maybe at least a little sympathetic. And the more power she has, the more she is to be lauded. It's a very sick worldview. Now, let us resume. But I have questions in the chat. Stormcrow says, welcome Stormcrow, says, play Knights of the Old Republic 2, Garrett. It makes everything Dibney made into a mediocre gutter trash. Also, I suggest you mod it with the expansion pack. Duly noted, although no viewing of Knights of the Old Republic is necessary for me to know that Disney is gutter trash. Like the person who created the Acolyte. Redoubt Productions is in the chat and says, I don't know why I say that. I don't know why I say that way, Redoubt. Redoubt Productions is a historian. Check out his channel. He does great stuff. I want to support the captain, but I also don't want the life sucked from me as a consequence of bearing witness to any of the Acolyte. Well, we're going to watch the Critical Drinker review it. But that being said, do as you feel. Do as your heart compels you. Redoubt. I appreciate you stopping by. Hansa Dostal said, look, I have shit I gotta get off my chest, okay? I really hate this scumbag show. I hate it so much. I can't even... This last episode it was like the heart of darkness, this show. It was like looking at the diseased mind of the people who created it. Oh, God, it was gross. Oh. Hansa says, story of Knights of the Old Republic 2 was written by Chris Avallone, if I remember correctly. So you don't like the Mortis gods, Hansa asks, with father, son, and daughter. I say this as generally a fan of the Clone Wars series. I did like the Clone Wars series. Disney has kind of worn me down a little bit, though, to the point where I kind of only really consider the original 6 films true Star Wars at this point, and the extended universe, maybe some of the games, Knights of the Old Republic, fine. But I kind of have soured even on Clone Wars. But that being said, it has its great merits. So my answer to that is no. I do not like that concept at all. In fact, I quite remember hating those episodes because I couldn't understand what the point of all that was. I think that's over-explaining something that doesn't need that much explanation. I mean, kind of the problem with the Force is it is kind of undefined. Well, oh, gee, why can't you just lift... If you can lift that with your mind, why can't you lift that with your mind? And so there are those kinds of problems with it. But that being said, like, no, I wasn't a fan of that. I didn't like the personification of the good and the light my major problem with it is I think Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet, has the correct analysis here, which is, and this is from George Lucas's own words, balance in the Force does not mean a balance of there is equal amounts of dark side and light. That is not what balance in the Force is. That's actually imbalance in the Force. When the dark side is present, that creates the imbalance because the dark side is unnatural. That's the whole idea. The dark side is a twisting of the Force. When you actually have balance is when you have peace, you have tranquility, the Force is flowing naturally, which is kind of what I view the Jedi. Their whole philosophy is to be at one with the Force, not to use it, pervert it, or twist it, whereas what the Sith do, right? Which is why being a Jedi is difficult, because it requires discipline and restraint. Hang on, I'm getting notifications from another app here. I gotta close it. So I don't like that episode, A, because it was sort of confusing, B, I think it over-personified the Force, and C, I don't think it has the correct idea of what balance in the Force is. I think it's a quite unsettling idea to say that there should always be a balance of good and dark. I do understand why this is why the modern writers of Star Wars love this idea. They love this idea because that's how they see morality. They see morality as defined by the individual's perception of it. So if you think something is moral, then that's just as valid as someone saying on the opposite, this is moral, right? And so in their view, there's kind of no bad guys in the Acolyte, and there's no good guys in the Acolyte. And what I see when I watch the Acolyte is, mostly to the extent that any of these characters were consistent enough to make this pronouncement, I generally consider them all despicable. So I found them all kind of awful characters that I really didn't want anything to do with. So I think that probably reflects my view of life. I do think there's such a thing as good and evil. And I think that those things, for the most part, can be objectively identified. For example, C.S. Lewis, in his book, what was it called? But he read it during World War II on the radio. It was in that great Bounding into Comics article we read a while ago. But basically, C.S. Lewis established that humans have an innate sense of morality. And it doesn't mean that we are naturally moral. It doesn't mean we don't need, an upbringing, right, to be taught good values and things like that. What he's saying is we have a natural sense of like what's fair and what isn't, right? So for example, the expression, "Hey, why are you bothering that guy? He isn't doing anything to you." That's just a natural instinct that humans have, right? And so he's saying that really there is such a thing as good and evil, and at a basic level, we all kind of know. We all kind of know. And I think that the Force, in George Lucas's original conception, was built on that idea, of a classical idea of like there is a good, there is an evil. And when we're in good, things are balanced. But when we're being driven by, by greed, fear, and selfishness, things become imbalanced. And there you go. A long answer. Redoubt says, "I shall remain safe inside my redoubt, defending against the brain rot of Disney." We're memeing on it, Redoubt. We're making fun of it. We're exercising the demons, so to speak. Stormcrow says, mere Christianity or Screwtape Letters. I think Mere Christianity, that was the name of the book that C.S. Lewis wrote that I'm referring to. Thank you, gentle Stormcrow. It is much appreciated. Much appreciated, sir. Allow me to resume with Hat Tip Critical Drinker's review of Episode 7.
And one which token white guy decides to ask around the campfire one evening, because of course we need to be reminded that he's a whiny little bitch that just wants to go home.
But if only I knew that what we were doing was somehow important or meaningful.
Wait, you've been here for almost 2 months and nobody told you why you're here or what you're looking for? What the hell have you even been scanning for all this time then? Also, this mission really feels like the kind of
My God. Just look at this shot. This is what I'm talking about, man. They're out there in like, they're out there in the foothills, just outside of Riverside. I swear to God, you pan the camera to the left and you're gonna see like an old abandoned Arby's. You know what I mean? You're gonna. It's like I cannot believe, dude. Every episode of this show cost a Godzilla -1. Think about that. This is the dumbest looking Wookiee I've ever seen, by the way. But that being said, this is a great example because this character played by Tomlin from Game of Thrones, his motivation is, I want to go home. Now, one of the things I've mentioned on this channel is that good writers understand that, in my view, characters, good, well-drawn characters, there are multiple levels to their motivations, right? There's basically 3 basic tiers, okay? Tier number 1 is what I call the conscious layer of the character. That is, these are the things the character consciously wants, desires, is afraid of, etc. These are the things going on in the character's mind and soul that the character is presently aware of, okay? But there's a deeper layer to the character, which I call the subconscious layer. The subconscious layer of the character are the things that express themselves in the personality of the character, but that the character's not necessarily aware. And they often are things that conflict with what they... So something they want subconsciously often conflicts with things they want consciously. But there's a third layer, and the third layer is what I call the deep-seated layer. This is the layer of the character that is at their very core. These are driving, raw, primal, emotional things in the character that sort of drive their behavior at an even deeper level, right? So, and this is kind of what you would call the lizard brain of the character. These are things they have no conscious awareness of at all. These are the things that explain why a character does things that can often seem insane, right? And great writing has characters that are all like this, right? So the best example I always think of in TV is Breaking Bad, because the Vince Gilligan characters are like this. They have a conscious layer, they have a subconscious layer, and a deep-seated layer. But any good film, name me any good film or TV show, and I will tell you kind of where I see that. But for example, well, I've used the Breaking Bad example a lot, but since it's top of mind and I want to keep it moving, I'll just use it again. Walter White, conscious layer, what does he want? He wants to pay off his debt, he wants to take care of his family, he wants to leave them a legacy before he dies. That's the conscious layer. But at the subconscious layer, what Walter White more deeply wants is he wants to build a legacy that he feels he was denied. He feels he was denied the opportunity because all of his friends built this company that he was a partner of, but he sold his shares. Now they're billionaires, and he is having to, like, scrub the tires of his own students in high school. It's humiliating. It's degrading. So he views building a meth empire as his last chance to build a kind of legendary legacy. Again, this is subconscious. Walter White is, most of the time, I think he kind of becomes aware of this by the end of the series, but for most of the series, Walt does not consciously realize this. Consciously, what does he always say? I'm doing it for the family, Skylar. I'm doing this to take care of you. But then he continues to do things that are totally irrational. Why? Because deep down, he's doing it for himself. He wants to build this legacy, and he wants to feel proud of it. For example, there's a scene in which he has to launder his money. He has to launder his money or he can't spend it. So Saul Goodman, his lawyer, comes up with a plan. Let's have it funnel through your son's website that he set up for donations. It's basically a kind of, early example. What's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of it. Before GoFundMe, it's essentially a GoFundMe. Walter Jr. sets up a GoFundMe account. So Walt starts laundering his money through, like, robots who are donating to this GoFundMe. It's really Walt's drug money, but he's funneling it through this charity. Now, his son is collecting all these donations, and he's over the moon. He's like, look, Dad, all these people. They're donating to your cancer fund. Isn't this great? And then Skylar, who still doesn't know what's going on yet, says, look, Walt, look, your son, look what he did for you. Isn't this wonderful? And then you see Walt, and Walt oh, that's very good, son. Hey, I got things to do. Walt is annoyed. He's annoyed. Now, why is that? Because in his mind, someone else is getting credit for his work. So that's a clue to that subconscious layer. Now, the third layer with Walt is the deep-seated layer. The deep-seated layer is he is a man that is deeply in existential crisis, which is that he feels like a failure. He feels impotent. He feels like nothing he does matters. Hank Schrader seems like a better father, to his son than he is. He kind of hates the fact that his son has cerebral palsy, and is kind of crippled. That's not quite the view of his son that he wanted. He doesn't know this on a conscious level. Remember, he longs to have impact in the world. He's desperate for it. And so, in a way, that drives his entire insanity through the entire show. He's a ticking time bomb who's just waiting to explode, as Mike correctly observes. And there is a really good clue to this in Season 2. The eyeball of a teddy bear, from a child's teddy bear, that rains down on his house from the plane that blew up in the sky. A plane blew up in the sky, killed everyone aboard. One of the debris that comes down is this eyeball from a teddy bear. The eyeball of the teddy bear symbolizes the child who died because this plane exploded. Walt knows that because... too complicated to explain, but Walt knows that he indirectly caused that accident. Not directly, didn't intend it. He just indirectly caused that accident through his actions related to his criminal activities. He keeps the eyeball. Now, why does he do that? I pondered this for a long time. Why does he do that? It's creepy. It's weird. And he goes to great lengths to find it when he loses it, and he keeps it in a drawer. Why does he do that? He's not happy the child died. I'm serious. He's not happy. He doesn't, he regrets all the people. He's horrified. All these people lost their lives. But he still keeps the eyeball. Why? Because the deep-seated layer he has no conscious awareness of, which is that Walt enjoys the fact that he impacted the world on such a massive level. 186 people got blown out of the sky. He wouldn't have wished it. He never would have done it intentionally, but he did that. And that's what at the deep-seated layer his lizard brain feels. It's like, I did that. That's why he keeps the eyeball. It's sick, folks! But it's brilliant writing. It's brilliant writing! So my point is that I'm telling you all of that so you can look at this with new eyes and you can see how little there is. Literally the only motivation of this character is I want to go home. Why does he want to go home? I don't know. So in other words, so she barely even has a conscious layer on this character. It's pathetic, folks.
Menial, time-consuming task that should have been assigned to probe.
By the way, every single character in the show is like that. Every single one. That's why Soul is so creepy. I have a connection. She has to become my apprentice. Why is that? Why is he so fixated on that? Why does it come across as so creepy? Because there's nothing else to his character. That's why. There's no subconscious layer. There's no deep-seated layer. There's no sense of who he was even before he came on screen. Do you know what I'm saying? I have no idea who Master Soul was before the screen events of the show. But I can tell you who Walter White was before the screen events of Breaking Bad. I can tell you who Dexter was before the screen events of Dexter, etc.
Droids or something, instead of an entire squad of Jedi.
Better example. Let's use a Star Wars example. Even a Disney Star Wars example. The character of Luthen, played by Stellan Skarsgård in Andor, the minute he shows up on screen, I start to get a feeling of who this man is, who he's always been, what drives him, why he is the way he is. Brilliant character.
It's the Star Wars equivalent of sending a platoon of Navy SEALs in to clean up garbage from a local beach. I'm pretty sure they've got more important things to be doing. Anyway, it turns out that they're looking for a Vergence in the Force, which for some reason, token white guy has never even heard of before. I mean, isn't this the kind of thing that you're supposed to be trained in? Were you off sick the day they taught Padawans about the Force?
Yes, yes.
Ah, whatever.
Yes, yes.
So Squid Game guy gets tired of their shit and goes off by himself and immediately spots the terrible twins from the start of episode 3. Wow, lucky he happened to run into the only other people on the entire surface of the planet at this precise moment.
Well, isn't that convenient for you?
Then he follows them back to their gigantic...
By the way, that is Disney Star Wars to a T. Every single Disney Star Wars show, with the exception of Andor, is like that. It's like, oh look, it's a planet is under attack. It's one village. It's one village with 27 people being attacked by one pirate ship with a houseplant pirate aboard. And they're like, oh, the whole planet's gonna fall. No, it isn't. It's a town. A town. It's not a planet. They have no sense of scale in Disney Star Wars. None. By the way, Stormcrow, I love this question, and I'm going to answer it, sir. What are the layers to Logan Nine Fingers, his conscious, unconscious, and subconscious? I mean, that's too easy. You should actually give me a different character from the first Law trilogy, Stormcrow, because that's too easy. He kind of wears it on his sleeve, but I will answer it, sir, directly. I hate to spoil the first Law trilogy, but I'm gonna have to because that's too good of a question.
Mountain Dam Fortress Village Monastery thing and is totally shocked to find that people are living there. You fucking what, mate? This place has got all manner of electric lights, mechanical doors, scanners, and a power generator the size of my entire hometown. This really seems like the kind of thing that should have shown up in orbital scans of the planet way before now. Not to mention the fact that it's revealed to be a former mining facility, which should have been listed on Republic databases and probably would have been worth checking out just in case. And apart from all that, it's perched on top of a gigantic fucking mountain. You could probably see it from like 100 miles away. Why is any of this stuff a surprise to anyone? Jesus, we're like 5 minutes in and already the episode's gone completely off the rails. So Squid Game guy summons
I don't know if it's in this video or a Nerdrotic video, but someone pointed out that there literally is the line from Luke Skywalker in The Empire Strikes Back when he's orbiting Dagobah. He tells R2, he's like, well, I'm running a scan of the planet. I'm not, no cities, no energy sources, no signs of intelligent life, but there's a lot of life down there. I'm definitely reading that. So in Empire Strikes Back, they establish a X-Wing can scan an entire planet from orbit pretty easily.
Trinity and the others, and he wants to go all in as a group because he's worried about the terrible twins or something. But Trinity's like, nah, that's a bad idea because a show of force right now might provoke an armed conflict. But he's like, aw, please. And she's like, okay then. Nice to see you sticking to your guns there, lady. Then strong female character number 4 gets into token white guy's head, and there's a really weird scene where it seems like she's trying to force herself on him while he cries about it. An older predator abusing their power to seduce an unwilling young victim while everyone else around them pretends not to notice? Write what you know, eh, Leslie? Anyway, eventually they get to test the terrible twins, and token white guy discovers that they're the virgins in the force that the group's been sent here to find. So he does the logical thing and immediately hops on a speeder bike to go abduct them from the Mountain Dam Fortress Village Monastery thing. But oh no, strong female character number 5 decides to turn evil and tells strong female antagonist to get really angry and kill everyone, and so she does.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I really don't think you've thought through the implications of this one, strong female character number 5.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, every character in this show is kind of this morally bankrupt, odious character. And the show seems to have no sense of, like, whether this is good, bad, right, wrong. There's no sense of any of that. It's creepy at the extreme. But worse than that, though. See, this is part of the problem that's causing this, is the fact that all these characters are surface layer only. There is no subconscious layer. There is no deep-seated layer. There is literally, and in fact, there's not even really a coherent conscious layer, because they just change their motivations at the drop of a hat. But part of the problem is there's actually no understanding of why, the deep why, of why all these characters are doing what they're doing. For example, why is Mother Anastasia, that would be strong female character number 4, as the critical drinker would have it, why is she so intent on defending this coven? Like, what does it really mean to her? Why are they here? What brought them here? You know, one of the most brilliant things about the greatest film ever made, that would be the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and yes, I know that's a cheat, but the captain will allow it, The Fellowship of the Ring. One of the first things that we see in that film is the Shire, right? We see the Shire, we see the hobbits, how they live, what their lives are like, how peaceful their lives are. We see Gandalf coming to town, and we see the friendship with Frodo and Gandalf, and so what we immediately get is a sense of what Frodo and Sam, Merry and Pippin, we get a sense of what they're fighting for. And really, the Shire represents everything in the Lord of the Rings trilogy that we're fighting for, right? Because the Shire is literally a kind of piece of heaven on earth. That's what it... And so that first part of the Fellowship of the Ring is incredibly important. And by the way, it just is just breathtakingly beautiful. That Shire, the whole Shire passage of the Fellowship is breathtakingly beautiful. It's one of the best things I've ever seen in film. It just is. It made me love the hobbits. It made me love these characters. It made me want desperately to save this place, right? My point is, we get none of that for the Coven of Witches. We get no sense of, like, why is this planet heaven? Why is it so important that they preserve this lifestyle? None of that is explained or understood. And so what that does, ditto the Jedi, ditto Mayanosha, ditto Chimera, ditto all of them. This is how it is with all of them. And so when they do things, whether they can be interpreted as good or bad, they are always ultimately meaningless because the deeper reasons are never understood. For example, why do the Jedi want to take these girls to the Jedi Order? What is it that the Jedi Order can do that can save them or protect them or give them a better life? None of that is ever explained. And so the show is incapable of having a moral compass.
So there's a big tense standoff with strong female character number 4, who decides the best way to de-escalate this extremely tense situation is to turn into a lesbian space witch demon force ghost thing and try to vaporize strong female antagonist.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
So Squid Game guy shoves a lightsaber through her gut, and damn, what a turnaround, man. I mean, Sabine Wren got impaled on one of these bad boys and laughed it off the next day, but now they're able to destroy entities that don't even physically exist. Right in Star Wars shows...
Oh my god. Oh god, I can't pause it there.
This is amazing when you don't have to care about anything that happened previously, even in your own show. But she's like...
Think about that. I can't even believe it. Like, literally you have... Reva stabbed twice and survived. You have the Grand Inquisitor stabbed and Obi-Wan survives. You have Sabine stabbed, survives. He stabs a cloud of gas and she's dead. That's it. It kills her instantly. Dude, Star Wars is so fracked. It just...
I was trying to let Osha go because I'm actually a good person, don't you know?
I think I can smell shite.
Really? Like, you didn't consider for 1 second that your terrifying transformation into a demon smoke monster might be misinterpreted?
Dude, what's crazy about that, too, is she actually has sharp, razor-sharp teeth when she does it. Like, she's made to look scary. Look at that! Look at that! It's disgusting, man! You can't quite see it because the resolution's not quite good enough. But, like, in that freeze frame, she's got, like, sharp teeth there. What the hell? Who thought that that was going to look sympathetic?
Into a demon smoke monster might be misinterpreted. How did you expect the guy to react to something like that? Especially when you also tried to disintegrate a young girl that he'd specifically come here to rescue.
Yes, I can definitely smell shite.
Anyway, things soon get worse for Squid Game guy and token white guy when Jedi Wookiee shows up, but he's been possessed by the lesbian space witches.
Oh man! Oh god! Oh man!
But that's okay, because then Trinity teleports in out of nowhere and forces them out of his Wookiee brain. That's a pretty interesting skill that she probably should have used when they did the same thing to Token White Guy earlier. But I guess because he's not a protected minority like the Wookiee, it doesn't really matter what happens to him.
Yes, yes.
Either way, all the lesbian space witches die suddenly because the script says so. So much for the power of many. And Squid Game guy and the others escape the planet with strong female protagonist, and then Trinity decides they should just lie about the whole thing and blame it all on strong female antagonists. And there you have it, correct, boys and girls, the least unexpected revelation in Star Wars history. The Jedi are actually the bad guys of this story, because of course they are. Because the entire purpose of Disney Star Wars at this point is to trample and deconstruct everything that came before them. Just like Han Solo, just like Luke Skywalker, just like the New Republic and the very concept of the Force. It all has to make way for the new and improved Star Wars, rewritten and reconstructed for modern audiences. You know, it's actually quite impressive just how comprehensively they've managed to fail with this one. Every time I think this show has hit creative and logical bedrock, it somehow finds a way to sink even lower. Every single episode is a masterclass of stupidity, ignoring and contradicting not just the rules and lore of the Star Wars universe in general, but even its own story. As usual, character motivations and their entire worldviews can flip on a dime. People are instantly persuaded to do things they were adamantly against just seconds earlier. Characters teleport into scenes with zero explanation precisely when the script needs them to, and new powers and abilities are introduced with no justification or consideration of how they might break the fictional world they're part of. The episode doesn't even manage to implement its own hackneyed ideas properly. The whole concept of this episode is to retell past events from a different point of view, recontextualizing everything we saw and totally changing our perspective on what actually happens. A good 50% of this episode is just re-showing us the same cringe-inducing scenes that we already endured, only from a slightly different camera angle. The other 40% is bland, meaningless conversations between bored-looking actors who are almost certainly going to fire their agents after this, telling us things that we either already knew or didn't care about in the first place. And the remaining 10% is basically a conglomeration of the most contrived, ridiculous writing imaginable, designed purely to get us to an end result with no thought of how we actually get there. This whole storyline could easily have been condensed into a 3-minute flashback at the end of the previous episode, but just like everything else in The Acolyte, it's done purely to eat up screen time and spread a painfully thin story over 8 episodes instead of the 3 or 4 that it actually needs. But hey, who cares? The hypothetical audience this show is written for obviously don't, because they also don't exist. The writers certainly don't, because why should they? They're not interested in Star Wars or working within someone else's framework. All they care about is the story they want to tell, the ideas they want to push, the characters they want to elevate to godlike status. And if Disney were dumb enough to give them $180 million for a retarded fanfic project like this, then I've got no sympathy for them, and neither should you. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Hat tip critical drinker, a brilliant summation of the penultimate episode of The Acolyte. You know, it's quite fascinating. This show, it's like he says that it's too little plot. It's stretched out over 8 episodes, and that's fairly true. But I'm telling you, I don't know how you could make a 90-minute story out of this. Like, it is such a bunch of nonsense. It is such a bunch. None of these characters matter. There's too many of them, and even those that are there, they don't have any depth. It's awful. Hey, what is that? Stalled Crow, you had an update to your request. You said Logan Nine Fingers, I should break down his personality, which I can. But then you said San Dan Glokta. I do love Glokta. I could definitely do Glokta. And I will explain what we're talking about in just a second. Redoubt Production says, personally, I still enjoyed what I saw of the Clone Wars, 2008 to 13. I understand why it's in the crosshairs of many when re-examining the fall of Star Wars, but still earnestly enjoy the world building in it. I have absolutely no criticism of that. I understand completely. You know, I suppose if I'm being as fair as possible, it's not that you can change the fact that I liked it. I liked the Clone Wars. I've always said about every 3rd episode, and I'm saying that as an average, because there were kind of like arcs. There were like mini arcs throughout the show. Some of the arcs were brilliant. Some of them were fine. And about every 3rd arc they had on the show, I found excruciatingly dull and boring. For example, they had this arc with these 3 robots. I say robot. These 3 droids. And they're going on this mission across the desert. that was awful. I hated those episodes. I hated them so much. There was another arc that had to do with the Mandalorians being pacifists. There were several, actually. I really hated those arcs. I really did. I did. Sometimes the Death Watch was cool. Fine. Now, there were some runs of episodes in the Clone Wars that were unbelievably brilliant. I love all the Cad Bane stuff. Cad Bane was excellent in that show. I loved my favorite arcs of that show were always the ones that centered on Rex or Cody, the clone troopers. That was my favorite element of the show, is how the clone troopers became these very detailed characters. They really did. Because they're not really characters, so to speak. They're not deep characters in the films, but in the show they become like buddies and comrades to Obi-Wan and Ahsoka and Anakin. I love some of the arcs with Ventress. I liked a lot of the arcs with Grievous. I've always said, like, one of my favorite arcs ever was, and the name of the planet once again escapes me, but it's the episode where the clone troopers they're in this kind of Hamburger Hill meat grinder battle of attrition on this planet, and it's miserable and awful, and all the guys. It's like Band of Brothers. It's like Letters from Iwo Jima. Like, it is basically just this meat grinder, and they're stuck with this Jedi general who's kind of an asshole. And that was a great episode. It was strikingly impressive for a cartoon. And I really liked the finale, the final season, and how Ahsoka escapes Order 66. I've actually rewatched those episodes. I really enjoy them a lot. So there's a lot to love about the Clone Wars. I think if I'm saying that I've soured on them a little, part of why I would say I have, and again, I totally understand why people like them and continue to do. I guess the reason I've soured on it is, I kind of miss the mystery I miss the Force being something kind of mysterious. I miss when the Jedi were not all about the idea of power and who's allowed to use it. I like the idea of the Jedi as warrior monks. And they got pulled into something where the mission creep ultimately was their undoing. That's it. Like, that's what the films essentially state. I feel that anything beyond that has started to turn them into things they weren't, such as scientists, such as soldiers, and it's purely soldiers is probably what I'm trying to say. Yes, it's very clear that they had that role at times in the original films. But the fact that they become very much like that's all they do. Like here's what they are. In the Clone Wars and beyond, what the Jedi become is superheroes. Superheroes. And that's kind of my issue. Is like, I prefer when they weren't superheroes. They were monks. They were spiritual, wise beings who knew something most of us didn't. That's why they were powerful, from the perspective of us. Why was Darth Vader so mysteriously powerful to the rest of the Imperial officers? They didn't know why. Nobody else believes in that old religion, Lord Vader. And then he has that famous scene in A New Hope when he's like, "I find your lack of faith disturbing." Why is that scene so brilliant? Well, it's brilliant because it suggests that the ways of the Jedi, and by extension the Sith, are a mystery to most people. And that's the advantage that they have. They know something the rest of us don't. Now, they're just superheroes. They're just super beings. You have the Force, then that means you can do stuff. It's like, that's too much power. We have to control it. That annoys me. That really annoys me. It strips it of all of its feeling. It strips it of all of its goodness. Oh my God, it just reminded me. The line that made me the angriest. You know what? I'm actually in agreement with Star Wars Theory on this now. He said that the Acolyte is worse than The Last Jedi. I disagreed with him until the final episode. There is a line in this episode which I consider the most destructive, evil, awful line ever in Disney Star Wars. Are you ready for this? There is a character. He's a senator who visits Vernestra. That would be Lesbian Headlamp's wife, who is the worst actor in this series. She talks like this. She talks like this. I am a Jedi, and Master Soul, you must come here, and you must, we must strategize. And I am a Jedi Master. Really bad actors do this. They talk through their teeth. They talk like this. Oh my God! I hate it. Anyway, a senator comes to visit Master Vernestra, and he is just kind of lording over. He's doing a Senate investigation of the Jedi and all their corruption and their abuse of power, and she deserves an investigation because she is a disgusting scumbag who is abusing power and hiding it and covering it up. I hate all these characters. I hate them all. Anyway, he's kind of been defeated by her because she's like, well, you have no authority here, Senator. You have to go away now, Senator, because I'm strong female woman number 57 in this show, and you must go. And so away he goes. But before he leaves, he decides to deliver a parting shot because he's the senator who hates the Jedi, right? Distrusts them. He says, what is it that you Jedi say? Oh, yes. May the Force be with you. And then he walks out. And I just went apeshit. I was so mad because I've said before on this stream, one of the most defining things about the Force in the original Star Wars trilogy is what? Everyone in the galaxy says, may the Force be with you, as a general well-wishing, a kind of good tiding. The way that we say, safe travels or be, I hate the modern way we say this. We say, be safe. Ugh. I really hate that. I hate it when anyone says, be safe. I'm not living life to be safe. I'm living life to have a life. You know what I mean? Well, put on my face diaper. I know that's not what everyone means, but safe journey, right? That's kind of like, or God bless you. In our world, we would say something like God bless you, right? People say, may the Force be with you in the Star Wars universe. Han Solo says it. Everybody says it. It's just a way, it's a part of the culture of this galaxy. What does that imply? Well, it implies that the Force it's not just some power that the Jedi have. It's a spiritual beingness of the galaxy. It's not God exactly, but it's akin to that. It's akin to God in this universe. It is the spiritual energy, and it has nothing to do with science. It has nothing to do with power. It simply is. You can say that the sun is a source of power if you put solar panels on your roof, and that's true. Yes, the sun provides power, but that's not what the sun is. The sun is the sun. It's available to everyone. It shines beautifully on everyone. It's destructive, it's powerful, it's life-giving. It is many things. People used to worship it, unsurprisingly. Right? Because it's the sun. That's how I see the Force. The Force is not a superpower that Jedi wield because they have a midichlorian count. It is a spiritual energy that all life has access to. And that is why people say, may the Force be with you. And with this one little moment in the Acolyte, they literally undo that entire idea. So in other words, nobody said that except the Jedi. It was just a weird insular thing that they said. And furthermore, the show has restricted the term Force now. It's just a Jedi term. It's just what the Jedi, it's just what the heteronormative Jedi impose on the rest of the galaxy. That's why the witches, the lesbian witches, call it the thread. It's the thread. So yeah, the fact that a snarky senator uses it as a kind of albatross, for the Jedi, it's repulsive. This whole show is repulsive. Leslie Headland is repulsive. Physically, inside and out. Repulsive human being. I don't say that because she wrote a bad show. There's plenty of bad writers. I wish them well. This woman appears to be a pretty morally bankrupt human being. That's just me. Just my opinion. But anyway, where was I? I completely forgot what started my line of thought. Hansa says, if you ran Lucasfilm at this moment, what would you do? I agree with Critical Drinker on this. I would I would go through the offices like the Grim Reaper, and I would just... honestly, I would do what Elon did with Twitter. I would just basically, I would identify probably the 5 to 10 people, and that's being generous, that are actually talented and know what the hell they're doing. It's probably less than that. I'm guessing it's probably a lot less than that. And I'm telling you, like the 5 people, like the 5 people in that whole organization that have actual talent, filmmaking credentials, special effects credentials, right? That actually know their craft. I would say, cool. You guys are great. Let's get to work on some things. For the rest of the company, they would get a corporate email. And of course, I'd be firing probably 50% of the staff right out the gate. The whole DEI department, gone. Gone. Anyone any writer that had anything to do with anything but Andor, gone. Get out. See you later. Goodbye, Filoni. Goodbye, Favreau. You're fucking fired. Get out. I never want to see your faces again. Don't ever show your faces on this lot again. Favreau, Filoni, fired. All of them. Then I would send out an email to the rest of the people, just like Elon did. And I would say, everybody, these are your new responsibilities. You will report to the building on site. And, these are the new terms. This is what we're going to be doing. And if you're not down with that, resignation accepted. And that would get rid of pretty much the rest of them. And what you'd wind up with is probably people that they wouldn't look very DEI friendly. It's just my guess. You notice when Elon did that, he wound up with a bunch of, like, tech nerds. That's all he had. Just a bunch of dudes that are kind of in T-shirts and shorts. And, let's just face it, a lot of them are Indian. And that's it. They're just the tech guys. The tech guys. That's what and those are the guys that are actually valuable at the company. I'm speaking of Twitter, by the way. Programmers, people that write code. Everybody else, get out. Get out. It's no different with storytelling. It's really not. The reality is, Lucasfilm is filled with thousands of people who have nothing to do with actual filmmaking. They have all kinds of wacko ideas about diversity, equity, and inclusion, marketing and corporate marketing people that are useless, just useless. I mean, these are the people that think attacking the fans is brilliant. I'd fire the whole marketing department. That's basically it. You'd have 5 or 10 people left, okay? Which is actually not what the Critical Drinker said he would do. He'd basically get rid of everyone and start over. I think Gary says he would vault it. He would vault it for 10 years. I wouldn't do that at all. I wouldn't do that at all. I would fire everyone, get down to like the core 5 that are useful at the company. I would then immediately make a public statement. And it would be, before I went public with it, on X no less, I would make sure that everybody at the company was on the same page. I would make sure that Bob Iger had been informed and signed off, which is why this would never happen, because Bob Iger is a scumbag, and he's a corporate goon, and he has no clue what actual creativity or talent is. He is a loser. Everything he does... Anyway, let's not get off on that. But let's just assume that Bob Iger was serious. Oh, please save me, Captain Garrett. Okay, fine. But we're going to do this my way, Bob, and you're not going to interfere. Oh, agreed. Agreed. Here is your very generous salary. Here is your company car and my signed pledge not to interfere with your creative works. Good. Thank you, Bob. And then I will have everything approved, and we will go public, and we will say everything you just saw since Disney acquired Star Wars is officially decanonized. All of it. All of it. And hey, some good things might catch a few strays, such as Tony Gilroy's Rogue One and Andor would catch the strays. Too bad. Can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. It's all got to go. And then the very next thing I would say in that post is we are now working on releasing a new Episode 7. We are going to do a new Episode 7. Everything has been decanonized that Disney has done so far. The Star Wars Legends decanonized. The EU is now restored to canon, whatever canon status it had before. And I think if I recall correctly, it went films, animated shows, video games, EU. And I think I would just restore that order to the original Lucasfilm works. And then I would say we're going to start working on episode 7. And it would probably be a long-winded post, but what I would explain is what we're going to be looking for is talent. Excellent writers who know the lore backwards and fronts, and if they don't, are 100% committed to learning it backwards and fronts, who will respect the lore and the canon. Number 2, we are going to be transparent with you, the fan base. We're going to let you... Obviously, we can't tell you the story in advance because that would spoil it, but we will check in with you from time to time, and we will listen to your feedback. And any feedback you have for our projects will be welcome. We may not always agree. We may sometimes have to plant our flag on certain creative visions, but we promise we will never disrespect your input, and it will always be with the intention of doing what will most satisfy and please the fans, while also telling a really brilliant story that fits the world George Lucas created. Third, when we are close to the release of the film, you will see trailers. You will see kind of early teaser stuff. And we will be listening, not speaking, listening to what the fans feel about it. Everyone involved with this project, if they are not a Star Wars fan, they will be consulting with Star Wars fan. We will reach out to people of all different views, even the shills. We will involve the shills. We will reach out to YouTubers. We will get their thoughts on some of the basic ideas. We will listen to you. And then, when we have a final product, it will have been created by people who love Star Wars, who know Star Wars. It will be respecting what George Lucas created. That will be the primary place. And when that film comes out, I goddamn guarantee you're going to love it. I goddamn guarantee you. Are you insane? How can you make such a promise? Well, that is the only way to do this. That is the only way to do this. And I better be, and that's putting your money where your mouth is. And in the 1 in 1,000 chance that it comes out and like most of the fans hate it, we'll vault it. No, not gonna. It's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen because you will be part of the conversation, and people who love this will be part of the conversation. There is an entire extended universe. We've already got Luke Skywalker. His story continues with Mara Jade and all of that. That's already there, and people already love it. People already love the Heir to the Empire series. People already love the Shadows of the Empire series. People already love Knights of the Old Republic. Good writers who respect the fans of the lore cannot fail if they understand this. And nor would we. So, and the reality is people forget. The Force Awakens, myself included, had a lot of goodwill. Because there was a lot of potential. Yes, it retreaded some things, but there was possibility there. And it seemed to, at least on the surface, Force Awakens seemed to love the Star Wars lore on some level. We can go over like all the problems with that and the warning signs and the red flags, and yes, Rey defeating Kylo Ren was terrible. Agreed. That being said, there was promise there. So I actually think the Star Wars fan base is more forgiving than people think, than I used to think, quite frankly. That being said, would all Star Wars fans love it? No, because to this day there are original trilogy purists who hate the prequels. There are purists who hate Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi, and they think the only Star Wars film is the 1977 film. So yeah, will there always be people who aren't happy with it? Yes. Will they ever be disrespected for having that opinion? No. And by the way, all actors, all creatives involved with Lucasfilm under the captain's dictatorial, tyrannical rule, will know their place. They will know their place. And their place will be, you are there to entertain and delight the fans. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if someone sends you some weird racist death threat or whatever, we'll handle that. That will be handled. It won't be handled with cringe, car videos from Ewan McGregor. Thank you very much. But it will be handled. We're not going to let people abuse our staff. That's not, which, I'm talking about the 1 out of 10,000 weirdos, right? That's all I'm talking about. But fans who are unhappy with something, fine. That's their opinion. They're allowed to have that opinion. And that would, and any actor who goes off on the fans is going to get a talking to. It's going to be like, hey, chill. Those are your employers you're talking to. Those are the people that pay the ticket price to see you. So if there's some kind of creep or there's some kind of specific issue, let us know. It will be handled, right? If we're talking like death threats or stalkers or whatever, that will be handled with extreme prejudice. So don't worry about that. But yeah, if you are backlashing the fans for just simply not liking the movie, you're going to get a class in professionalism and the professional mindset, which is, as creatives, we all have to take our lumps. That's the way it goes. So yeah, does that satisfy you, Honta? That's what I would do. So yeah, in summation, I would fire almost everybody, keep the talent, and just reboot the whole thing. Immediately. Now, it would probably take 5 years for the film to come out. I'm not saying the film would come out next year. It'd probably take and it would take time. And by the way, I actually think I'm going to change one line of that. I wouldn't say it's episode 7. I would say we are going to launch a new Star Wars film. It will be one film. It will tell one complete story that takes place after the events of Return of the Jedi. It will be intended to continue the story of Luke Skywalker, the Skywalker saga. But it's only going to be one film. And that's it. And if the film is successful, it will have been written in such a way that there can then be a trilogy. There can be 2 additional films. But the idea is that one film has to be a complete story the way A New Hope was. And then we'll see. And we'll see. And when the love and the respect of the fans has been earned, only then will we consider moving forward. And that's it. And by the way, that's what James Gunn should be doing with the Superman movie. That's what they should be doing. Make one good Superman film, and then we'll talk. All this nonsense about an extended... Forget all that. Forget the shared universe. Bullshit. I do the same thing with the MCU, by the way. I'd be like, okay, cool. Endgame was the end. Or, just end it wherever it is. I would just end it wherever it is, and I'd say we're starting a new MCU universe. And by the way, we are not going to announce 13, 14, 15 films. We're not announcing any of that. We're not announcing any new TV shows. We're going to do one really good superhero film with a new cast, and we're probably going to greenlight 2 or 3 more. So in other words, we're going to do it like they did. Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, Hulk. 4 films. Each a standalone, and we'll see how it goes. And only with your approval, fans, will we move forward. Let me tell you something, Hansa. My dear chat, my beloved sailors and starnuts of the Souls and Starships channel, if you're enjoying the stream, please like and subscribe, share it out there. It's actually, the level of sheer low IQ stupidity of the people working at Lucasfilm and Disney Marvel. I mean the fucking staggering incompetence of these morons. It's so pervasive. It is so comprehensive that the audience has started to almost kind of adopt the idea that, it's difficult to tell a story that people like. I mean, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. People have actually started to feel as if, wow, it's really hard to tell a good Star Wars story. It must be really hard to do a good Marvel. No, it isn't, folks. No, it isn't. 4 words. Promise of the premise. The promise of the premise. What is the promise of the premise? Allow me to... promise of the premise. That is all that is required. All that is required to be successful here. The common denominator from every failed film, I would say MCU, Indiana Jones, Star Wars, Disney, Star Wars. I would add to that everything in the DCEU. The common failing of all of these films and TV shows is they all fail miserably to deliver one thing, and that is the promise of the premise. Let me see if I can find... I just want, like, a concise definition, if I could find it. This is from Save the Cat by Blake Snyder. It's like basically a Bible. There it is. Maybe this is it? I could probably get it in the... I'm going to do this a different way. Hang on a second. Save the Cat. There we go. Come on now. Save the Cat. I'm literally pulling up the text right now. Give me like 10 seconds, chat. It's going to be worth it. It's going to be the best thing you've ever seen on this stream. Not really. Promise of the premise. God, I do love the searchability of the modern world, don't you? Yeah, here we go. I got it. Okay, cool. All right, let me just pull this up real quick. Share this tab with my beloved audience. This is from Save the Cat. It is, in my view, the best book on story structure ever written. Read this book and you will understand what's missing in your own stories if you're a writer. Read this book and you will understand what's missing in every bad D+ show. And it's basically everything in this book. Everything in this book is missing in a D+ show. The Save the Cat moment is missing. The promise of the premise is missing. The genre is confused and unclear. Every single element of good story structure is missing in a D+ show. Fucking everything. Everything! It's unbelievable, folks. These people are stupid. They eat glue. But as I was saying, let me increase. What do I have? Can I? Yes, there we go. That's better. I just want you to be able to read along. that sounds oddly condescending. I don't mean it that way. Read with me, class. Fun and games. Quote, the fun and games section of the film or novel or TV show, it works for all, is that part of the it's that part of the screenplay that I like to say provides, quote, the promise of the premise. It is the core and essence of the movie's poster. It is where most of the trailer moments of a movie are found. And it's where we aren't as concerned with the forward progress of the story. The stakes won't be raised until the midpoint of the film, or, in this case, TV series, as we are concerned with having fun. The fun and games section answers the question, why did I come to see this movie? What about this premise, this poster, this movie idea is cool? When you, the development exec, ask for, quote, more set pieces, this is where I put them, in the fun and games. This, to me, is the heart of the movie. When I discovered that what this section of the screenplay needs to do and why it's there, it leapfrogged me ahead 10 places. For me, it happened in the summer of 1989, and it was a definite huzzah moment that is rarely so clear. When I was writing my very first draft of Stop or My Mom Will Shoot, I was sort of stuck. I had this great premise, which was Dirty Harry gets a new partner, his mother. But what was that? What was that movie about? What were the dynamics of the comedy? Many of you, I'm sure, are still asking. Then one day, I was sitting up in my office in the Fithian building in Santa Barbara, California, and I had a great idea. The world's slowest chase. What if Joe the cop and his mom are shot at by the bad guys? And what if they give chase? And what if instead of Joe jumping behind the wheel and driving, his mom does, and she drives like a mom, complete with holding her arm across Joe's chest when they stop at all the stop signs? When I sold my script and went to my first meeting at Universal, the executive told me that when he read that scene, that's when he decided to buy my script. Why? Because that's when he knew there was something to this idea. I had delivered on the promise of the premise. And where did I put that great set piece? Right where it belonged, in the fun and games section of the screenplay. This goes for drama as well. The fun and games in Die Hard, one of my favorite films, show Bruce Willis first outwitting the terrorists. The fun and games in Phone Booth, another great film, I love that movie, occur when Colin Farrell realizes the seriousness of his predicament. We take a break from the stakes of the story and we see what the idea is about. We see the promise of the premise and need not see anything else. I also call it fun and games because this section is lighter in tone than other sections. So Jim Carrey gets to walk around and act like God and Bruce Almighty. Tobey Maguire gets to try out his oddly onanistic superpowers in Spider-Man. It's also where the buddies in all buddy movies do their most clashing. Get it? Fun and games, learn it, love it, live it. That is from Save the Cat. So what is the promise of the premise in a Star Wars show, right? In a Star Wars show, well, it kind of depends. But I would say anything involving Jedi and lightsabers, well, the promise of the premise is that awesome duel we're going to see with, I would say in The Phantom Menace, it's the scene in the desert when Qui-Gon and Darth Maul fight. Like, that's the promise of the premise right there. High stakes lightsaber duel between evil and good. Yeah, get him! That's awesome! That's what we came to see! You know what I'm saying? Shows on D+, they never deliver that. They never deliver. Okay, Iron Man. Okay, Iron Man. One of my absolute favorite superhero films of all time. One of the best fun and games sections of any superhero movie I have ever seen. The fun and games section of Iron Man, okay, is everything from the point where he gets back and he starts building in his shop and he's testing the Iron Man suit. Remember, he's like, ooh, I can fly now. And then he launches himself into the ceiling and he falls down. And then he has his first flight over Los Angeles and he's dialing in and then he gets frozen and he falls. Dude, that whole section of the movie is amazing. I was having the time of my life in that scene in the movie. The line where he says, you know what? Gold is a little ostentatious. Throw some hot rod red in there. Oh, that was so good. Because it fits his personality. That's who Tony Stark is. He's not a broody, dour Bruce Wayne who hates his wealth. He loves his wealth. He's a billionaire playboy. He likes the idea of having a little hot rod red on his Iron Man suit. And he's got all the Corvettes in his garage to show it, right? Here's the promise of the premise in Iron Man. I had it in my mind. What was I? Actually, I kind of just named them all, I would say. But no, actually, I would say the promise of the premise in Iron Man is when he goes to Afghanistan and he takes out the bad guys. Like, that scene is unbelievably fun. I was shocked because back then it was kind of a standard norm that good guys never kill, like the heroes never kill. So when Iron Man just like takes out all the bad guys, I was like, that's pretty badass. And then he takes out the tank, and then he has that amazing chase with the fighter jets, and he calls Rhodey on the phone. That whole sequence is the promise of the premise in Iron Man. It's the most fun scene in the movie. It pays off everything we came to see. We came to see a guy who builds a flying suit that can fly and do all this cool shit. That's what we came to see. Notice how, when the MCU's quality started to decline, what did we start to lose? We started to lose the promise of the premise. And the best example, Endgame. What did they do in Avengers Endgame? They made Thor fat. Fat. They made him a fat, alcoholic slob. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see. Now listen, the only context in which we want to see that is a redemption arc. That's the only way we'd want to see that. And the problem with that is that would need its own film. We would need the film to be Thor is a loser now. He's screwed up, his life is shit, and he's afraid. And the whole subject of the movie is him getting back in shape, Rocky style. Actually, this is basically the plot of Rocky 3, which is a great film, right? Rocky has become soft. He's been fighting a bunch of easy laydown fights, and when he finally faces Clubber Lang, who's actually a threat, he gets his ass kicked, and he gets nearly killed. And now he's got to go back to old school. He's got to learn with Apollo Creed. He's got to, run on the beach with him, which is a little weird, and hug in the surf. Anyway, that's not important. The point is, Rocky has to whip his ass back into shape. And that is the kind of plot where Fat Thor could have worked. Problem is, it's Endgame, we don't have time for that. Then what do we get? We get Smart Hulk, which is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And it robs us of what's so great about the Hulk, which is he's angry. He's angry. He's a mean, green, angry machine. Do nothing. I'll tell you what, the Avengers, of course, there's about 4 or 5 promises of the premises in that film. But that scene when Captain America turns to Hulk and he's like, and Hulk, smash. One of the best moments of ever in a superhero movie, because then the next thing that happens is Hulk just jumps and he just starts tearing apart all the aliens. Tell me you didn't love the hell out of that. Why? Well, because that's it, man. That's what we came to see. That's the movie poster right there. And this is what is missing in The Acolyte. The Acolyte doesn't even pay off any of the dumb promises that it has. Like, it's going to be a murder mystery, except we know who the murderer is and why she's doing it. It's going to be a case of mistaken identity, innocent framed for the wrong crime, except that she's immediately exonerated in the first episode. It's going to be a tragic story about an idyllic home that is destroyed by the corrupt actions of an outside force, except that the home itself is kind of a hideous cult and sort of deserved it. So it doesn't actually succeed at any of the things it aspires to. There you go. Oh, that's why I brought that up, because I was saying that the idea is that it's somehow difficult to make a good Star Wars film or a good Marvel movie. It's not. All you need to do is pay off the promise of the premise. Do that, and the crowd will love you. They will love you, because that's what they wanted. And the weird thing is that oddballs like Rian Johnson and Leslie Headland and just these wackos, they've become obsessed with the idea that fun and games and the promise of the premise somehow is lowbrow, and they call it fan service. They call it fan service. That's just fan service. Seeing Luke Skywalker kick ass is just lame because that's just fan service. No, it isn't. It would have been the promise of the premise. They betrayed the promise of the premise in The Last Jedi. That's why The Last Jedi is so hideous. Because we came to see one thing in that movie. One thing. Above all. That was, we wanted to see what Luke was going to do when Rey handed him that lightsaber. That's what we came to see. And what we wanted to see was Luke being Luke. And what did we see? Well, he throws it away and it means nothing to him. Right? So there you have it. It's not difficult, Hansa. It's not difficult. You just need people that will deliver on the promise of the premise, and you'll have a good time. Anthony says, this just in, Film Threat uploaded the Acolyte finale featuring Nerdrotic's Gary Beekler. The thumbnail reads, Return of the Darth Rodic the Nerd. I really need to see this. I agree. I'll have to check that out as well. Anthony says, the second Spider-Man was the best to me. I agree. I agree. I also has a great fun and games section in that movie. Actually, one of the best. I mean, that was the most Spider-Man ever was, when he's dirt poor and he's trying to balance his pizza job. He's trying to make it to Mary Jane's play, but he's also having to beat all these criminals. That was a fantastic fun and games section of the film. And a perfect payoff to what we came to see. We came to see Spidey trying to be Spidey, but also struggling to be Peter Parker at the same time. So yeah, brilliant film. And the fight with him and Doc Ock is, to this day, it's one of the best damn superhero action sequences of all time. I mean, it's seriously up there. I think that one, and of course the Iron Man scene I just mentioned where he races the jets, that was fantastic. I would say the Dark Knight scene in the Dark Knight when they're escorting Harvey Dent. Was it Harvey Dent? Yeah, they're escorting Harvey Dent into custody, and he has that amazing battle with the Joker trying to take out the motorcade. That was fantastic. Hansa says, why do you hate shills? Who are shills anyway? That is an excellent question, Hansa. That is an excellent question. First of all, well, it's two questions. First question, I don't hate shills. I don't hate them at all. Now, I hate shilling. In other words, some would define a shill as someone who likes something they don't like. So in other words, I dislike the Acolyte, more to the point, I despise it. And a shill, in theory, might be someone who just simply likes it. That's not what I consider a shill. If you like the Acolyte and you just genuinely like it, I have a lot of questions for you, but you're entitled to that opinion, and I would never hate you for that. if you can acknowledge, let me put that another way. If you cannot acknowledge its flaws, its objective problems, and literally nothing can fail you, in other words, there's nothing that can disappoint you about the show, there's nothing about it that can ever cause you to dislike it, or there's nothing in it you can ever say you dislike, you just clap and you're just excited about it. Oh, the lightsaber is red! That's being a shill to me. It's kind of like there's something else motivating you, and what I would call it is being a shill is to have extraordinarily low standards, so low that you refuse to hold anything you watch, read, experience accountable for actually delivering a good product. I mean, I'd say that's what it is. Like, I'm kind of a shill when it comes to food, you know? I can go to almost any restaurant, and if I order a burger and someone asks me, how was that burger? I'm going to say, it was fantastic. It was great. There was cheese and meat on it. It was great. And they're going to be like, well, I know, but, you know, was it as good as, you know, a burger from, I don't know. It was a really good burger. I'm kind of like that. I'm not a very picky eater. If it's something I like, I'm going to like it. It's rare. It's very rare that I, like, send food back. It's got to be bad for me to, like, send food back or even to say anything bad about it. I am a shameless shill when it comes to burgers. I just like them. I don't care how you make them. They're just good, man. I have very low standards in that department. Not so with entertainment. I have kind of unfairly high standards for entertainment. I will admit that. The captain will admit it. I don't insist that everyone share my high standards of, and that's not me saying like I'm better than anyone. I'm not. I'm actually saying it's a flaw of my character. Okay, so I don't hold everyone to like hold it, but folks, there is a level of garbage you just simply. If you're going to say you like it, I would like to also hear you just acknowledge you kind of know it's trash TV, but you're okay with like dude, if you watch Jerry Springer and you could admit that Jerry Springer is like trash, it's trash. It's an awful thing. Nobody should watch it, and I love the hell out of it. Okay, I respect that. That's not a shill. Hey, what you know, I have guilty pleasures. Like, what's a like for whatever reason, everyone hates Avatar, the James Cameron Avatar. Everyone hates those movies. I love those movies. But I'm also capable of saying I understand why people don't like them, and for good reasons. There are good reasons to not like those movies. I like them anyway. I just like the world of Pandora. I like the character of Jake Sully and his kind of adventure. Yeah, but I can acknowledge the problems with it, right? So that's what I would say a shill is. A shill is someone who is not motivated by whether or not they actually like it. They are motivated by something else. In the case of most shills that we encounter, I believe it's ideology. I think for the most part, they have become obsessed with a wacko idea that, like, a story's not a good story unless there is a forced diversity quota being met. And by implication, what they are saying is everything before this methodology is therefore bad. In other words, the original Star Wars film, it's, you know, it's problematic because, you know, Luke Skywalker was a heteronormative white male. Therefore, it's bad. Okay. And we're improving it by now totally ignores the fact that Leia is like an extremely competent and powerful woman in the story. Completely ignores characters like Lando Calrissian, who winds up blowing up the Death Star in Return of the Jedi. You know, just ignore Mace Windu, who is a wise Jedi Master. Doesn't matter. The wacko, lunatic, woke mind virus demands its pound of flesh, right? So the shills are kind of, they defend things that are indefensible because their ideology is at stake, and they view it as a wedge issue. In other words, they want to argue with us that don't like the show on the basis of politics, which is bizarre. It's bizarre. Who the hell cares about politics? I'm talking about Star Wars. Well, Star Wars has always been political. So that's one level of shill. I think there's also shills who just want access to Disney. They want to go to all the fun parties. They want pictures with Dave Filoni. That's another kind of... In other words, they are sort of... they're wearing rose-colored glasses because if they say anything truly negative, they're going to be cut off, and they don't want that. And that's another type of shill. The third and most innocent kind of shill, I would say, is someone who just genuinely does not care about story, plot, character development, lore, canon, do anything you want to any of those things, they don't care. What they like are pretty lightsabers. I mean, come on. They like pretty colors. And then Anakin was in it. Anakin. Okay, well, but why was he in it? Well, who cares? He's in it. Hayden Christensen. I mean, that's the third and most harmless kind of shill, in my view. They just like things that are lacking in depth. And I don't hate any of them. Now, one thing but I do hate a behavior, and the behavior I hate is shills that are demonizing and lying about fans and calling them racist, misogynist, homophobes, talking about weird shit like how many wonderful people of color are in this, and talking about ogling, Manny Jacinto's naked form while at the same time wagging their finger at any fan who thinks Slave Leia was hot. You know what I'm saying? That behavior I consider despicable, and depending on the situation, borderline evil, trending to evil. I mean, seriously, like calling people racist for not liking Amanda Stenberg's performance in this show, that is an evil act, in my view, because number one, it's not true. It's not true. It's a lie. But it's a lie that has very damaging consequences for our culture. I mean, just look around. Look at what happened last weekend. You know what I'm talking about. That is the result of perpetuated, sustained, persistent lies. And that is why, so the shills that are engaging in that, I won't go so far as to say I hate them personally, but I will say I deeply, deeply hate their behavior. And they will not be allowed to stand. It will not be allowed to stand. Wrangler's in the chat. Ahoy, Wrangler. And he says, check out Blood and Oak by the Captain with a link to my Amazon page. Why, thank you, Wrangler. It is a rousing tale in which a young midshipman in the early 1800s sets out on a quest to save his family from the Barbary pirates. It's pretty awesome. When his sister is abducted into slavery by the Barbary pirates, he sets out on a quest for rescue and revenge. Thank you, Redoubt. I appreciate that endorsement. Hansa says, but the entertainment is like art. Everyone has different subjective taste on it. I agree and disagree with you there. I think I believe art as a product, and when I say product, I don't mean it in like the Walmart product kind of way, but I mean as a work product. It is a work product. And in that regard, it has, in my view, an objective quality or lack thereof. It just simply does. There are simply stories that are better written or not as well written. There are characters that are complex and are engaging and interesting because of the layers of depth that have been given to those characters. That is an objective. Plot is objective. Plot is not subjective. Either the circumstances of the story are flowing naturally from cause and effect, or they aren't. That's not a subjective thing. That's objective. Now, the experience of the audience is subjective. And with that, on that point, I agree with you. And yes, some people think Avatar is a bunch of trash. I happen to think it's a fun, otherworldly adventure, and I enjoy it. I love that world, and it immerses me. On that level, it is subjective. However, I actually agree with the objective truth that people who don't like it and me who does like it, we agree on this, which is the story is thin. It's a very paper-thin story. It's somewhat derivative of better works such as Dances with Wolves. The dialogue isn't super excellent in Avatar. But it does work on many other levels, and I could get into that if you're interested. So a story is a Swiss watch that it doesn't look that way. When it's well done and it's done like really good films, make it look easy. You know, there's a reason that Tolkien is Tolkien, and you know, the 50 Shades of Grey author is the 50 Shades of Grey author. No disrespect. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with liking 50 Shades of Grey. I'm just saying there is a writing quality, and preferences are one thing, but the actual value, the actual quality of the work product is a separate issue. So there is an objective quality to it. I mean, let me see if I can find this for you. Let me see if I can back up my point a little bit here. And then storytelling. I think I might be able to find this. It's a really good. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna play this clip. Matt Stone and Trey Parker, regardless of what you subjectively feel about South Park, and you're entitled to however you feel. It's repulsive, it's gross, it's hilarious and delightful. That's subjective, and all points are valid on that level. But objectively speaking, Matt Stone and Trey Parker are very good at story structure. So here's what they had to say to a college class about
whole South Park writers' room. One whole wall is one of these.
So they're talking about a class of writing students at a college, and they're saying this is how we approach writing a South Park episode.
South Park writers' room, one whole wall is one of these. And we've got it split up into 3 acts.
We have different colored markers just like here, too. Look at
Yep.
We have that.
And I walk around with the markers like this, and we'll go, okay, we do a show about this.
This is our writer's room.
Oh, okay, well, somewhere, okay, this would be a funny scene if we had this. True. Each individual scene has to work as a kind of funny sketch. You don't want one scene that's just like, well, what was the point of that scene? We've found out this really simple rule that maybe you guys have all heard before, but it took us a long time to learn it. But we can take these beats, which are basically the beats of your outline, and if the words and then belong between those beats, you're f***ed, basically. You got something pretty boring. What should happen between every...
What they just described is the Acolyte. That is exactly the problem with the Acolyte, what they just said.
Every beat that you've written down is either the word therefore or but, right? So what I'm saying is that you come up with an idea and it's like, okay, this happens, right? And then this happens. No, it should be this happens, and therefore, this happens. But this happens, therefore, this happens. And that, as soon as we are able to, and literally sometimes we'll write it out to make sure we're doing it. We'll have our beats and we'll say, okay, this happened, but then this happens, and that affects this, and that does to that. And that's why you get a show that feels like, okay, this to that, to this to that, but this, here's the complication, to that. And there's so many scripts we read from new writers and things that we see.
God, I see movies.
And
you see movies that you're just watching. And it's like this happened, and then this happens, and then this happens. That's when you're in a movie, just going, "What the f am I watching this movie for?" Just like this happened, and then this happened, and this happened. That's not a movie, you know. That's not a story. Like Trace,
such as Atlas, Star Fury.
said it's those two, but because therefore that gives you the causation between each beat, and that makes that's a story.
Brilliantly put by the South Park writers. A round of applause, Mr. Producer. By the way, Hansa. That would be Hansa de Stahl in the chat. I thank you for your question, because I love these kinds of questions. They're really super fun to talk about. Do not take anything I'm saying. I'm not criticizing you. We're having a gentleman's debate. And I quite like your point, because it is true that, yes, there's a subjective... The audience experience is the subjective part of art. That is the subjective part. Is you can have any kind of experience with a piece of media, and there's no way to critique that, right? Nobody is wrong for liking something. Nobody is wrong for not liking something as a work of art. And I totally agree with that. I will never argue with you on that. But what they just said is dead on accurate. If you have an actual plot, it's because things are flowing from a logical place, right? And I hate to say, but like a good story, like everyone's favorite movies, that you will never find an exception to this. If people love a movie, if it is considered a classic, it has that quality to it, you know. Back to the Future is a film that shouldn't really work because Marty McFly sort of breaks one of the cardinal rules, which is that he's a character that kind of is great at everything right from the beginning. And he's kind of able to sort of do amazing things right from the beginning to the end. Somehow that movie still worked. So in other words, before you break the rules as an artist, you should know the rules, you should know why they exist, and then when you have a command of those rules, then you might be the artist who becomes the exception that proves the rule. But essentially, the actual story structure Back to the Future is meticulous. It's brilliant. It's an effortless adventure film. So, anywho, welcome to the chat. Fu Man, is that Fu Man Blue? Now is moving the earth? Hail to the chat, hail to the captain. I recognize your Colonel O'Neill avatar, but you have a new title. Shows me as Fu still in the comments. I thought I saw that. Well, are you changing your name or what, Fu Man Blue? Let me know. Star Fury is in the chat, says, oh my god, I just got a nosebleed. Decent writers, when will we see such a sight again? Soon, Star Fury! Soon. J-Lo's ass makes up for Atlas. I know, we got to the bottom of that mystery. Why does Star Fury like Atlas? I can't hold that against Star Fury. He likes Atlas. It's a dumb movie. It's the dumbest. It's one of the dumb. I mean, look, it's hard to pick a favorite. It's one of the dumber movies that Netflix has ever come out with. You know what's weird, though? It kind of is like that movie. It's kind of the same plot as her film The Cell, which we were talking about earlier in the stream. It's kind of the same plot. It's basically she's the only one that can catch this killer. In any case, yeah, we were discussing. Hansa was just asking, what is a shill? Why do you hate shills? And as I said, I can't speak for Star Fury on this matter, or anyone else in the chat, but I do not hate the shills. I really don't. I wish them well. I hope they have a fun time. If they're calling people racist for not liking the Acolyte, they can get fracked. So that stands. But I don't hate them. And in fact, let them prosper as they will. I do find some of their behavior rather odious, but when they're just liking stuff that's bad, I just think it's funny. and I just think that, I think that you should is probably a strong word. I mean, everybody has their guilty pleasures, but I think we should ask of our entertainment that it doesn't waste our time. I just feel that way. I just do. Shills suffer from a disease, okay? It is a disease called shillery by proxy, and it is incurable. And the main problem, the main symptom of shillery by proxy is that it causes you to love anything and everything that Disney releases, no matter how bad, no matter how incoherent, no matter how much it disrespects you and your intelligence. They like it. In fact, the more abusive Disney is to them, the more enjoyment they get out of it. They are known to ask Disney the minute Disney releases a stinker, they say, "Thank you, Disney, may I have another?" It makes me sick, folks. Don't take me too literally, Hansa. I'm just having fun, But there is a man who studies the shills, studies their condition. And it's very much to your point, sir. It is a curious and perplexing mystery of the mind. Why does the shill? Well, Mr. GRIZZY is a YouTuber who studies them for posterity. He intuits their motives and their particular proclivities, and he curates them for posterity. So let's take a look at some shills enjoying Disney stepping on their face, shall we? Share screen. Fu Man Blue will be glad that he stepped away for this section.
I said this on social media earlier. I was like,
Hat tip, GRIZZY, I have not seen this. I will be reacting with you live.
The show flops next week and the finale is horrible, I still will be so thankful for the Acolyte for giving us some of the best Jedi lightsaber action that will sustain me for the next 10 years.
You are a sad, strange little man.
And you... Okay. That is the perfect explanation, you know, and again, to Hansa Nostal in the chat was saying, like, you know, why do you hate shills? I don't hate shills. I wish them well. I do have fun memeing on them. But what is a shill? Well, a shill is that guy. A shill is the guy that just said, if the final episode is a total stinker, it disappoints me, everything about it is bad, I will still be grateful for this show giving me a lightsaber fight. That's what a shill is, okay? Have some self-respect. Have some self-respect. Like, the people that wrote and created this show put, like, no effort into any of it. None of the characters have consistent motivations. Nothing in the plot is coherent. The emotional payoffs of the key dramatic beats are completely disconnected, and they ring false. They actually are quite hollow, in my I would say, based on everything that's been established. To me, that insults my intelligence as a viewer. It insults me because it's like, you know, you were given $180 million. That is just flat out unlimited resources, folks. There's no excuse. Now, listen, if I'm sitting at a writer's group with somebody who is new to writing and they're trying to write their first novel, I'm not going to be quite that harsh, okay? I'm going to have a lot more patience for clunky dialogue and things like that. Because, hey, this is somebody who's, you know, they're starting out, they're working hard, they're an independent author, they're at a different section of the bell curve. When you are Leslie Headland, and you are given the vast, limitless fortunes of Disney to do anything, there is no excuse for this level of incompetence. So that is what a shill is, someone who doesn't care. Doesn't care. Why don't they care? Why don't you care that there's no reason for these things? Well, listen, on another level, let's get at this another way. Everything about Obi-Wan Kenobi, the series, everything about, I would say, The Acolyte for sure, I could argue Boba Fett and some of Mandalorian Season 3 do great damage. Damage to the established canon of the Star Wars series. For example, I just went through, like, the May the Force be with you thing. You know, May the Force be with you is a common phrase that people say throughout the original trilogy, even if they're not Jedi. The Acolyte rewrote that to be something that only the Jedi say and that other people aren't even aware of the expression, or they're barely aware of it. That damages the fabric of the original story. So the shills don't care about that. And that's what bothers people, I would argue, about shills. It's like, why don't you care that they're damaging the story? Now, we can disagree on some areas of that. You know, for example, there are original trilogy purists that think the prequels suck, and they'll never. I love the prequels, and I will defend the prequels on their merits, but I also acknowledge there are problems with the prequels, such as midichlorians changed the nature of the Force. As a mystical kind of spiritual energy, midichlorians added a scientific, quantifiable element to it. I disagree that that's a good addition to the lore, but does it break the whole world? Not really. So I guess what I'm saying is, it's not necessarily that I'm right or wrong for feeling that way about midichlorians, but I think that if you are a genuine fan of something, you care about stuff like that, because these stories mean something to us. They really do. Stories have no meaning if they don't make sense. That's what it comes down to. Why is it important that story structure be respected? Why is it important that plots make sense and follow, you know, but this happened, therefore this happened? Why is it important that characters act consistently within their character? Why is all of that important? Because if that's disregarded and the story makes no sense, then the story is pointless. It's not entertaining. Stories are worthless if they don't make sense. So they have to make sense. Mark Twain famously said that, you know, reality is easy, because if something happens in reality that's completely crazy, if aliens landed on our planet tomorrow and started talking to all of us, nobody would question it because it's happening. But in a story, you have to prove that this is plausible. So he's basically saying that fiction has a higher bar than even reality has, because we have to be able to believe it in order to suspend our disbelief. if that makes any sense. Allow me to resume with GRIZZY.
You do not have my pity.
Bitch.
This episode of The Acolyte was so bad that even some of the pro-Disney NPCs could not defend it.
That was embarrassing. It was real embarrassing.
Well, no fucking shit.
And perhaps worst of all, embarrassing for all of us who have, up to this point, enjoyed the show, supported, and defended it.
Why do they talk about it like it's a political cause? We have supported it and defended it like it's their favorite politician. Well, this is my point. This is my point. They know it's bad, folks. She knows it's bad. That's why she's saying I supported it, which means she's implying that I am advocating for it in spite of it being not that good. Well, that makes sense in like a political sense. I have a cause and I have to hold my nose and vote for my candidate. But why are you doing that for a show? Well, that's because to people like Grace Brandoff, politics is everything. Everything. Political messaging and ideology is everything in life. And so when a show like The Acolyte is made by a stunning and brave lesbian woman with a stunning and brave diverse cast, and it's meditating on the crimes of the Jedi, and it's meditating on power and who gets to use it, which is an allegory for all of our modern politics, then it must be supported and defended.
Oh. However, even when these people are criticizing something, they still find a way to step in shit.
In my opinion, as a person of color, watching another person of color commit a violation of another culture in Star Wars really rubbed me the wrong way, watching Sol doing what he's doing. And then you have the white leader at the end going, let's cover this whole shit up and nobody has to face the consequences of it all.
You see what I mean, Hans? By the way, I'm not singling you out or picking on you. It's just you started the conversation, and I love it. Thank you very much, man. Love to have you here. But you notice how he just had to put it in there, the racial ideology. What the hell does that have to do with telling a Star Wars story? So this is what a shill is. Only a shill sees the story this way. This is a bizarre way of looking at the white man of everything's an allegory for race wars. Why? There's no reason for that. Just tell me a story about a galaxy far, far away and keep your stupid, weird politics elsewhere.
Let's cover this whole shit up and nobody has to face the consequences of it all.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I guess this episode wasn't woke enough for John Roca, and that's his criticism.
Fucking idiot.
Now, finding people shilling for this episode was difficult, and I had to dig a little deeper than I usually do, but fear not, I always deliver.
If you have not watched this show, if you haven't even sat down to watch one episode...
Regretfully, madam, I have.
I literally do not care what you have to say.
So, what are we gonna meet up?
I doubt she cares what I'd have to say either, to be fair.
Up and, you know.
You can't form an opinion of your own based off of watching review hate bomb channels.
But by the way, I 100% disagree with that. 100%. Dude, this is everything wrong with shill thinking right here. Right here. Right? I disagree. I believe that if you read one page of a novel and it doesn't grab you, you have every right to close that book and say it's not for me. You watch 5 minutes of an episode of something and it hasn't hooked you, I think you are well within your rights, absolutely within your rights to say, you know what, the show's boring me, I'm out. I'm out. Because any good... But by the way, this is the model. When you are an artist and you want to get people's attention, which... Don't believe these artists. I just do art for the art's sake of it. No, they don't. I don't care who you are. I don't care what era you live in as a painter, writer, musician, songwriter, you name it. Actor, if you are an artist, you want attention. Now, I'm not saying like in a narcissistic way necessarily. I'm saying you want the attention of an audience. I want your attention. That's why I'm here, right? Why do I? Because that, and the negotiation, well, that's probably the wrong word. The conversation that the artist is having with the audience it's a give and take, right? The artist is looking for that common ground that pleases the artist and pleases the audience. And that's where the magic happens. If you want to be a successful artist, you must learn how to gain and retain the attention of your audience from beginning to end. And that is why it's difficult. That's why not everybody is a great director. Not everybody is a great actor. Not everybody is a great musician. That's why, because it's very difficult to do that. So it is not the burden of proof is not on the audience. The burden of proof is on the artist. You show me why I'm here. You show me. And I said this to a writers group one time. I said, if I don't like a book, an audiobook I've downloaded in the first 5 minutes, I often will return it for a refund. You should have seen the looks on their face. They gasped, man. Oh, these are a bunch of aspiring writers. You would return a book? I said, absolutely. And if someone buys my book and they decide, you know what, this sucks, and they return it, kudos to them. I mean, it's not going to I'm not happy. I would have rather they kept it. But that's the point. You, as the writer, you should be working for the attention of that audience. So no, if you see a movie trailer and you say this looks like shit, I'm not touching it. I don't care if it turns out you're dead wrong and it was a great movie. You had every right to that opinion. So these shills are just butthurt, and they are coping because they're weird. This weird wacko show that they are, all their politics is invested in. They want everyone. See, they pretend that they don't care if the chuds like it. They want us to love this stuff, folks. It gets under their skin that we don't love this stuff. It really does. They hate it because it means that we reject their weird views on things, and which is our right. Our right.
So, if you haven't watched the show, go away.
No!
All right, 16 years earlier, here we go.
Oh, here we go. We're going back to Brindok. Brindok, let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Let's not.
Let's not.
Let's fucking not.
Bitch.
I don't care. I like episode 3, guys.
Yeah, because real men.
Dude, that is a flat-out admission he knows it's shit. Why would you ever phrase it that way?
Men like this praise the Acolyte.
What a bitch.
Your master denies you. I would not keep you from what you want.
This is the most sexual Star Wars has ever felt.
Yeah, I got an erection.
What?
Okay, so wasn't...
Two things. Number one, I am not opposed to a kind of more mature, sort of R-rated Star Wars that's not aimed at kids, but that's like R-rated. It's sort of a Game of Thrones of Star Wars, and it's meant to be more sexually charged. I'm okay with that. I would be interested in that. Number two, nothing in this show in any way makes me feel like this is that.
On purpose.
Oh, so it was an accident. It was an accident.
Come on, guys. Haven't you learned yet? This is Disney. Non-white female lead characters cannot truly be evil.
I don't blame May for anything she did now.
Oh my god, poor May. Poor May.
I don't know where you're at, Michael. I'm like not on the Jedi side here.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh my god. It's like nothing in this show is nuanced. Like everything about it is just very bluntly leading you down the path it wants you to go down. And these shills act like they're surprised. They're just like, I hate the Jedi. Show wants me to hate the Jedi. I therefore hate the Jedi.
And May saw that. Oh, shit.
Someone got stabbed in the stomach and died. With a lightsaber. Can we stop moaning about that now?
Tell you what, Simon, if you can explain why the witch with supernatural powers died and the 12-year-old Reva in Obi-Wan Kenobi did not, then sure, we can stop talking about it.
See, and that would be an example of an objective problem with the story. It's like you've established in one side of this universe that a lightsaber, it's survivable to be impaled by it, which, I mean, it would cook your insides and boil you alive from the inside out. There's no way you can survive that. Whatever. But if you establish on screen on one side of the universe that that's survivable, then in this show you establish that you could be a fart cloud and not survive it. That makes no sense. That's world breaking.
Not gonna happen, is it?
All right, Arrow's first lightsaber, kind of sick, not gonna lie. 10 out of 10, here for it.
So fat his birth certificate is on a...
And let me say this. I enjoyed the visual spectacle and choreography of the Chimere fight. I think Manny Jacinto is actually a pretty talented actor who in the right vehicle would have been a great villain. He had a lot of presence. He had a lot of screen presence, and he had a lot of intimidation, which frankly surprised me, because when in his first episode, I didn't really feel any of that. It wasn't until later he kind of showed he's going to have a great career if he finds the right vehicles. So, you know, I am being objective with my analysis of the show. There are good elements in it. In fact, there's even some nuggets in the show that had great potential. But the problems of the plot, the character, the lack of character development, the incoherence destroys all of that.
Burger King napkin.
Well, we finally get to see Kelnaka in action. He's just not on our side.
Let's go.
Shut up.
I just got chills.
Freaks me the f out.
Let's go, Soul! What a shot!
That makes this episode worth it. You know, I was saying I didn't want a full flashback episode, but you know what? As long as we get this.
That's all I needed in my life was Carrie Ann
Carrie-
Moss versus a Wookiee.
I'm very happy with how this episode is sort of paying off this mystery.
Yeah! Yeah!
He's gonna let go of... Holy shit!
Stop it. Get some help.
That's my favorite.
Overall, I liked the episode.
This was very good.
Yeah.
No? And I would say this was probably my favorite episode so far.
What?
I know that episode 3 was the time when the world turned against Greg and Michael. I still stand by that episode. And this episode is episode 3.0. I enjoyed it.
Loyalty to Disney. Loyalty to the brand. Loyalty is salvation. Loyalty is life.
Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
Hat tip, Mr. Grizzy. Give him a like, give him a follow. A man, a gentleman, a scholar of the shill, performing a service to humanity. And I think Hansa asks me, what star... I'm glad you're still here, Hansa. I appreciate this. This has been a fun conversation. What Star Wars YouTubers you can't stand? None, really. Because I don't watch YouTubers I don't like. So there you go. I don't really go look. I don't hate watch. I don't do that. So... look, I am a free speech absolutist. I want everybody to have their say, obviously within the bounds of the law, as Elon Musk says. You know, you can't like directly incite violence or things like that. But that being said, no, I am totally fine with people who say things I radically disagree with. I want them to have their say because I believe in freedom. I believe in democracy, which means believing and living side by side with people you disagree with, disapprove of, or don't even like. So, and I just wish that the proverbial other side would extend the same courtesy. But that's just how it goes. So, I don't know. I can't stand... I guess I'd have to watch them to not be able to stand them. And if I can't stand them, I don't watch them. So... I don't know. Is there a YouTuber? I used to not be able to stand Ryan Cannell. RK Outpost. I used to, he'd have these clickbait titles, and I'd watch his video. And I call it, he's the angriest man on the internet. I mean, just the man is in possession of such rage. It's unbelievable. And every video he does, he's just yelling. He's like, the freaks at Disney, blah, blah, blah. And he's just yelling. He's yelling into the microphone. I mean, geez, what would that be like to follow a YouTuber who's always yelling into the microphone? It would be awful. I'd hate it. Anyway, my point is, I'd kind of be like, man, this guy's really angry. He's really yelling a lot. The problem is, he's a great YouTuber. He makes great videos that are very informative. And so I kind of, he's an acquired. His channel is an acquired taste. So I can't really think of any YouTubers I can't stand. Because it's just like my rule with books, movies, shows. You've got 5 minutes or 5 pages, and if you don't grab me, I'm liable to turn it off or return it. And that's just how it is. And I'm now at the point where I will walk out of a theater if I can't, unless I'm like making myself watch it for the purposes of reviewing it. Like, so I guess now I won't walk out of a theater unless it's really bad. But generally, I was getting to the point before I started this channel, I'd walk out of a theater if I didn't like it. I was like, you know what? I'm done with this. It's wasting my time. I don't care how it ends. I'm out. And usually that's what it is. If it's apathy, that's when I'm like, I'm done with this, so. But why is it moving the Earth, Fu Man? You've got to explain this to me on Discord. She's been busting her ass being a Star Wars fan for 5 years. Yeah, exactly. Nice lighting upgrade. It's not really an upgrade. I think I just turned up the voltage, So, but thank you. The captain is doing his best. And let me know how the sound quality is. I eliminated the echo problem, at least. I'm kind of just skimming through the chat because holy crap, so much came in while I was just yapping. Just starve here. Please, Disney, can I have some more? Disney, give me more. Now listen, there was one of the shills in that video who said, oh, you know what? This fight with the Wookiee makes up for everything. I consider that exactly my point with shills. Why was he saying that? Because in the episode where they have been building up to, they telegraphed at the end of episode 4, I think, they telegraphed that we were going to get a fight with the Wookiee. And everybody was excited for it. All the shills were excited for it. They wanted to see the Wookiee lightsaber fight. But because the writers of this show are bad, and they are lazy, and they don't know how to write a plot in which that would naturally flow from the cause and effect of the story thus far, they simply wrote it that Kalnaka was already dead and he was killed off screen. And it was played as like, oh, what a twist. But it wasn't a twist. It wasn't a twist because everybody and their brother had already predicted that, as they were calling him, Discount Ezra Miller was going to be the reveal. So we already were ahead of the story. We already knew Chimera was likely gonna be the apothecary shop guy. We knew that. We already knew that he was going to spoil the party, so nothing new was revealed by Kalnaka dying that way. And the shill has just forgiven that. And in my view, that was a giant betrayal of the audience. Like, just a giant betrayal, because the whole show is built on the premise of an exciting murder mystery. And with kind of a more mature storytelling. It's more like a crime mystery. It's more like a crime drama. It's meant to be a little harder edge to it. So when you fail to deliver on that to me is wasting your audience's time. And the shills don't care. Wrangler says, if midichlorians are a fixed trait, then I hate it. But if it was something that could increase or decrease, therefore a metric of one's connection to the Force, then I wouldn't mind so much. Well, yeah, I mean, my interpretation of what is stated in the prequel trilogy, and more specifically, The Phantom Menace, is that the midichlorians are just that. They are a genetic inheritance. Now, to be fair, Luke Skywalker basically says in the original trilogy that, this power runs in my family, right? So it's actually already implied in the original trilogy that that genetics plays a factor in your ability with the Force. I'm actually not opposed to that, because that's actually real life. The real life is people have different talents. Some people are more gifted than others. That's always going to be the case. I think what I don't like about the midichlorians, not so much the genetic inheritance factor of it. I think what I don't like is first and foremost, it makes the Force something that is scientifically quantifiable. Ergo, you get this ridiculous scene in the Acolyte where they've got freaking metal detectors and they're stuffing moss into scanners. Who cares? That's not how you learn the Force. No. You go and study like a Buddhist monk in a temple. You know, there actually is I could have envisioned those 4 Jedi being on the planet meditating. And that's why Tomlin is so unhappy and wants to go home. Because being a Jedi is boring. That's kind of what you have to learn to discipline your mind. There's all kinds of stories of people who journey to Tibet or they journey to the Far East and they are looking for enlightenment. And so they go to a temple and they start studying under the monks, and then they discover it's hell because they ask, "Oh, Master, what is the secret to Zen?" And they say enigmatic things like, "The secret to Zen is attention." What does that mean, Master? Explain it to me. And it's like, so my point is, it's not easy to intuit the mysteries of the universe. I just think it's a mistake to convert the Force from something that is spiritual to something that is scientific. So that's my number one beef with the midichlorians. That being said, my second problem with the midichlorians is the idea that they are an intermediary between us and the Force, and I think that doesn't... To me, I just viewed the Force, based on the original trilogy, as being a spiritual energy that's available not just to all people, but to all life, like life forms have it. I'm not saying life forms are out there moving shit with their mind. I'm just saying it's life. It's a part of the life force of the universe, the fabric of the universe, and it's there for everyone. And maybe not everyone can move things with their mind, but like I did really like in Rogue One, I liked the blind man. I am one with the Force is one with me. He wasn't a Jedi, and he was blind, but he used the Force. By the way, Tony Gilroy is the screenwriter of Andor, who fixed that movie, which was a mess when he found it. It was turning into a production hell nightmare, and he fixed it. He's probably the only talented writer that's ever been involved with Disney Star Wars. But anyway, at least to the end. So Tony Gilroy's brilliant fixing of that script, I think, probably resulted in a great study of a character who's not a Jedi, but he does have access to the Force, and it guides him as a blind man through the world. I thought that was brilliant. And for him, it was about faith. It wasn't about midichlorian counts, it was about faith. And so that's my issue with it. But to be fair, I'm a huge fan of Deep Space Nine. Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and for one character, Major Kira Nerys, the prophets are these gods that live in the wormhole, and for Starfleet, they are wormhole aliens, which are very scientific. So listen, midichlorians are not a deal breaker for me. I just don't like it. That's all. Not a deal breaker. Not a deal breaker at all, and not exactly world breaking either. I mean, it was a plot device that allowed us to understand how powerful and unique Anakin Skywalker was, so I can respect it on that level. I do think there were ways you could have gotten at it, but that being said, it's it's no story is perfect. No story is perfect. Even the stories I love the most are not perfect, and frankly, to an extent, nor should they be, because sometimes imperfections add to the beauty of a finished piece. I'm not saying it can be ridiculous. I'm not saying it can be nonsense. But imperfections are a part of the artistic process, I believe. Wrangler says, took me a moment to realize who you were. How you doing at Moving the Earth? That would be formerly Fu Man Blue. Elon Musk has changed his name from Fu Man Blue to Moving the Earth. He says, I'm good. YouTube is dumb, though. I don't know why it's showing the channel name rather than the handle. Well, so what you have to do, Fu Man Blue, is if you want to be Fu Man Blue, you're going to have to create a second channel and name it Fu Man Blue. There's no way around it. It's just how it is. Whatever you name, I think it's whatever the @ is, that's what you're going to show up as. I do believe. Starfury says, if you're an artist, you want money. Otherwise, you can buy your ramen. Yeah, exactly. Moving the Earth says, I only watched Ryan Kinnell on Friday Night Tights for a few months, and then I warmed up to him. Now he's my favorite. I've warmed up to him. I'll say that much. I will say that much. Who's my favorite F&T guy? I'd probably say Gary. But I don't know. It's becoming kind of neck. I would say Jeremy on for D-Day Cobra on his politics. I like watching his political stuff. Hansa says, about the song in the 3rd episode of Acolyte, where witches are singing. I didn't have a problem with the fake singing because African tribes in real world also sing, and some tribe members just can't sing. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I didn't feel it was a particularly imaginative piece of musical scoring. I just didn't. I felt there was a little too much style over substance with it. But that's honestly not at all the worst thing in the show. And well, okay. The power of one, I mean, come on, Hansa. You got to admit, this is a little silly. You got to admit, this is... I mean, come on. I'm willing to admit, yeah, that's kind of a matter of taste. I just don't find it beautiful. There's actually a really excellent use of like music with lyrics in the show Arcane on Netflix. There's a lot of great like musical pieces that are used in that really fit, but that's because the drama really earned it. So I think there is a scenario in which the Acolyte is kind of a taut, edgy, why-done-it thriller, and there are some excellent twists and payoffs. And I do think Manny Jacinto as Chimera could have carried that. I really do. I wouldn't have said it in the first 3 episodes, but by the end I would have. Yeah, absolutely. The number one problem is so much is unearned because it's all and then this storytelling. For example, our very own Starfury in the chat said that seeing Chimera headbutt a lightsaber was like, oh, that's it, I'm out. That's awful. And what I said was, well, the backstory to that is that's Cortosis, and Cortosis interrupts the lightsaber, and I actually thought that could be very cool. I actually am okay with that. I think that's a really interesting way of adding a new tactical weapon in a battle with Jedi. The problem, though, is the show did not set it up. There's the classic saying that if you walk into a saloon in a Western and you see a gun over the bar in the first act, by the 3rd act, someone better have fired that gun. Well, what is that referring to? It's referring to setup and payoff. And so you needed to have a scene where we knew about Cortosis, and there's ways to do this, but we should have known Cortosis and its role in the story. Then we see the headbutting the lightsaber, and then it would have been great because we'd have been like, whoa, oh shit, that's got to be Cortosis. That's what you want. How did they do it in this show? Well, they just introduce it with no explanation. And remember, not everybody's read the books and the comics. You got to assume these are like, at best, these are only people that have seen the movies and the shows. To be fair, I think that's the fairest take. They have no idea what they just saw. How are you able to headbutt a lightsaber and turn it off? In the next episode, Chimera explains what Cortosis is, which is exactly reversed from what you want. You should have had a scene before that where he explains Cortosis, then you see it in action. So my problem is there's a lot that this show wants credit for that it has not earned. It wants you to be shocked and horrified when Chimera wastes all these Jedi like they're nothing. The problem is I wasn't invested emotionally in any of those. And it wanted a red wedding. It wanted it to be like the red wedding in Game of Thrones. The difference is in Game of Thrones, I had spent years getting invested in the character and the quest of Robb Stark and his family. So watching him get murdered was horrifying, and it affected me deeply, and I had to call out sick from work. Not really, but almost. Anyway, that's the effect they wanted, but they didn't do the work to get that. It could have worked, They just didn't do the work. So that's my only issue. And a $5 super chat from Fu Man Blue, formerly, now moving the earth. Thank you, Fu Man Blue. A round of applause for him, Mr. Producer. In live chats only, it shows my channel name rather than my handle. In comments, it's Fu Man Blue, super lame. That's weird. That's weird. Yeah, let me know in Discord if you're able to work it out. So you're saying in live chats only, it shows my channel name rather than my handle. In comments, so comments on the video, it shows Fu Man Blue. I don't know, man. That's a weird one. That is a weird one. Starfury, and thank you for the very fine super chat, my good man. Always good to see you, Fu Man. Starfury says the Acolyte is I always have to the Acolyte. Because look how happy it is with itself. It is about as subtle as an asteroid to the face. Starfury says, my favorite F&T host is the lesbian Brit. Well, he's not on there anymore. Starfury. Jeez, I can't say that, Fu Man. Starfury says, absolutely. Who doesn't like Snaggletooth lesbian? Jeez. You're gonna get me in trouble with chats like that. Come on. When will we get a Jedi versus a Mandalorian wearing Beskar armor coated with cortosis? Okay, fair enough. Hey, that's a fair little critique of what's going wrong here. We're getting a little out of control with all these secret armors that everybody has. Starfury is over there on Rumble as well. We are live on Rumble, let's don't forget. And like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. And we're live on X. He says, well, YouTube has blocked... Yo, did you get a timeout, Starfury? You got a timeout from the YouTube? Look, I turn off as many restrictions as I can. So if you got in trouble, it's because the YouTube algorithm picks something up, Starfury. It's what we love about you. It's a cost of doing business. But anyway... He says on Rumble, YouTube blocked my comments. You can't make snarky remarks about bullets and ears. Oh, jeez! Don't stop it, eh? No, you can't talk about those two things right now. He says, I'm back. Clearly a short ban to slap my snide, foppish British wrist. Indeed. Indeed. He got a timeout, Fu Man. He doesn't. Starfury. You can't say things like that. You know, one was he was referring to a certain chemical used in World War II. And I was like, and it was part of a edgy joke. And I was like, you can't say that word, Starfury. YouTube doesn't like that. Starfury says, I want the sippy cup, and he paid a £2 sterling to get it. Starfury, my good man, I cannot oblige your request. I cannot oblige you, sir. There is no sippy cup present on the captain's desk. I am afraid I cannot oblige. However, out of respect for your very generous £2 sterling proper English money, I will showcase my elite athlete's water bottle for peak hydration. Always gotta stay hydrated. It is not a sippy cup. When will I get any respect? Jeez. Hansa says, why are worse story plots today more common than in the past? Oh no. How much time you got, Hansa? I don't know what internet roads you've traveled lately, sir, but this is a topic that has been covered ad nauseum in the circles I travel. But suffice it to say, it's a combination of things. One is, this has always been a factor in bad writing, which is tropes that get reused and recycled. You know, for example, I think for a while, Christopher Nolan's excellent take on the Dark Knight trilogy with Batman Begins and The Dark Knight, and his very brilliant representation of kind of a dark, real-world Batman, it kind of started a trend where, like, everybody wanted to do that. And then Zack Snyder had, like, the grim, dark Superman, Man of Steel, and just everything suddenly became grimdark. And it's like, it's not that I'm against something being grimdark. I love the Dark Knight trilogy, mostly the first two films. I like that Nolan take on Batman. I think it was really brilliant. That doesn't mean I want every superhero story to be like that. Like, I love Iron Man 1 and how light and brilliant and fun it is. You know, Tony Stark loves being a billionaire. He loves flashy cars. That's all. He's got witty, sarcastic remarks. I like that. I also like the grim, dark Batman. I think you can do both. Hollywood creatives tend to get stuck in a rut where they keep recycling tropes, and one of the worst things that's ever happened to them in this regard is Game of Thrones. Because George R. R. Martin's brilliant sort of morally and politically, well, I would say amoral story of Game of Thrones portrayed a kind of universe where good people can lose and bad people can prosper and anything can happen. And he did that through careful, brilliant, year upon year storytelling, which then became adapted into a few really brilliant seasons of TV. And it resulted in some things I've simply never seen before or since in any show such as The Red Wedding, right? Which is famous now. Well, a bunch of often less talented people then started trying to replicate all the kind of shocking and daring things in Game of Thrones, such as brothers and sisters in love and you know, all the good guys dying in a bloody mess. And then I call it the Game of Thronesing of everything. And suddenly you get Alex Kurtzman starts turning Star Trek into Game of Thrones. And you get Leslie Headland, who's clearly trying to riff on Game of Thrones with the Acolyte. So that's number one. Number two, raw, naked, out of control, wacko ideology, which I would call the woke mind virus. What is wokeness? Well, it is a quasi-Marxist political ideology which views all humans and morality through the lens of race, sexuality, and gender, and it posits a world in which everyone's group identity identifies the caste that they operate in society, and it pushes all of its attending political beliefs through a tyrannical doctrine of censorship, thought policing, and generally just kind of Stalinistic tactics. So essentially what it results in is propaganda storytelling, in which rather than tell a good story which has messages within it, you instead tell a story that is a bunch of political messages that have the skin of a story. And so stories become a platform instead of a story. So that's number two. Number three, this same worldview, which is referred to by them, or in an Orwellian way, as diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is simply another way of saying using racial and sexual quotas to force people into roles that they may or may not actually be qualified for. Well, it has resulted in institutionalized mediocrity. In other words, standards have been lowered so that racial and sexual quotas can be filled. So you can be the most talented director, writer of all time, but if you are white and you are straight, you do not deserve the role that you are in, whereas you can be the most talentless hack anyone ever dug up, and even someone who might be possibly complicit in certain crimes of one Harvey Weinstein. Well, as long as you are a lesbian and a stunning and brave woman, you can get your very own $180 million budget to make a Star Wars show. So I would say, DEI lowering the standards and even more maliciously. I mean, this has been documented. You can see on filmthreat.com, the D files. This has been well documented by industry insiders. There is literally a racist attitude which has pervaded Hollywood, and they say it as male and pale is stale. Well, that's a racist attitude. And racism, I know this is shocking, hot take, racism is evil. It's evil. Why is it evil? Well, it's evil because it reduces a human being to an object. It says that because of the ancestry you come from, the color of your skin or whatever, immutable attributes, you are somehow of greater or lesser value. Now, the classic old-fashioned racist simply viewed this as my race is better than yours. The neo-racist, that would be the Wokey, they are racist, but in a different way. They view it as if you are part of a racial group which can be considered to be oppressed, you therefore deserve greater benefits and consideration than this race over here, which is had more privileges accrued to it. And so we're balancing the scales, but it's just the other side of the same coin. So what this has done is it's resulted in a brain drain in Hollywood. It has drained, a lot of the real talent has been driven out of the industry, such as Ike Perlmutter, driven out of Marvel. You have Nerdrotic's channel is really the best for this because he documents all of this. That would be Nerdrotic, Gary over there. He'll answer all your questions on this in much greater detail. But suffice it to say, the original minds, they just brought back the Russo brothers. The Russo brothers, who directed many of the best MCU films, they were driven out by the wackos. And now Marvel is so desperate to turn things around because they've had, a baker's dozen flops. They actually like money, unlike Disney Lucasfilm, and are trying to correct the ship. So they brought the Russo brothers back, but that's unusual. Guys like the Russo brothers, guys like Ike Perlmutter, guys like Avi Arad, those guys are gone. So the real talent have sort of left the industry, and that's a big reason. So, which is more of an answer than I intended to give, but there you go. Staff Yeti says, elite athletes water bottle my sweet ass. Well, I take umbrage, sir. I take great offense, sir. I'm an elite athlete. I do at least 20 minutes of high intensity interval training in a controlled climate appropriate indoor environment. I'd like to see you do that, Star Fury. Star Fury says, I love Westerns and have watched hundreds of them. Most are rubbish, but at least they have the respect to have story narratives that make sense. Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't be quite as worked up over something like The Acolyte if it weren't for the ludicrous sense of entitlement of the people behind it. I mean, go watch any interview with Leslie Headland lately. She gets asked all the time, like, what do you think about the fans saying that they didn't like this or they didn't like that? And all she ever does is deflect. She says things like, oh, well, I don't think they're seeing it the right way. Or, I think I might even have an example of this in the stack of stuff. Do I have an example? I might have it. I don't think I bookmarked that one. But I think someone literally was saying, I got it in a video. It's in a video, I think. Let me just scrub this video real quick. I could probably find... Yeah, it's IndieWire. No, it's not IndieWire. What was the one? The Acolytes, Leslie Headland on Episode 7, Witches, Virginses, and Qui-Gon. I'm trying to think of the exact quote she had, but it was basically something along the lines of... Oh, that's what it was. Someone was saying, like, what do you think about everyone saying that, like, this is a lesbian witch coven? And she's like, well, I think they're focused on the wrong things. And it's like, if you wanted your audience to get something from the work, you should have done the work. I mean, that's the issue. Yes, at a certain point, every piece of art is open to interpretation. But if there is a specific point that you're trying to get across, well, that's why writing requires talent. That's why it requires talent, because it's not easy to do that. It's not easy to tell an entertaining story that keeps people engaged, maintains their attention, and gets across the point that you want to get across. That's what makes it worth doing, because that's incredibly difficult to do, and it takes hard work. A lot of that work is very thankless, and the audience will never see it. I mean, I showed you guys You know, this is exactly why I bring up, wait, no, not that. Let's see here. Stop screen, present. This is exactly why I show you this. Because this is what I'm talking about when I say, like, listen, if you want your audience to get something out of your story, here's the work you got to do, folks. None of this work is something that the audience is meant to see. I'm only showing it to you to show. This is the Battlestar Galactica series Bible, right? By Ronald D. Moore. This is 53 pages before anything has been put to film. 53 pages. Look at the table of contents here. Let me zoom in a little here so you can see it. Mission statement. The 12 colonies. By the way, if you don't know, I consider Battlestar Galactica the reimagined series, despite some flaws, which I will acknowledge fully, it is a masterwork of incredibly brilliant dramatic writing and brilliant science fiction as well. History of the 12 colonies, religion, culture, and society, technology of the 12 colonies, the Cylons' culture and society, technology, character biographies, Commander William Adama, President Laura Roslin, Captain Lee Adama, Lieutenant Gareth Race, Colonel Saltai, Dr. Gaius Baltar, Chief Galen Tiro, Lieutenant Sharon Valeri, number 6. Storylines, tension, structure, the Cylons, plot-driven stories, character stories, Season 1 story arcs, Season 1 character arcs, Battlestar Galactica itself, its history, its combat operations, its flight operations, its CIC, how you maneuver it, how you repair damage, enlisted and officers, faster than light travel and how it works. 53 pages. 53 pages. So you will forgive me, Leslie Headland, if I do not accept your excuse that the audience is wrong. The audience is not wrong. You did not do the work to get your point across. That's the work that takes talent. It takes the sweat of your brow. And you want all the credit. You want all the forgiveness. You want to make excuses. And then you want to demonize. You want your lead star to go on The View and demonize all the Star Wars people, the Star Wars fans, as racist. Screw you. You are a lazy writer. You are a lazy creative. And I'm sorry, but that is not subjective. That is objective. That is an objective fact about the work product that she turned in. So I'm sorry. I have no time for it. No time for it. Where was I? Starfiere says, quasi-Marxist. There is nothing bloody quasi about it. Well, Starfiere, I am attempting to be diplomatic. Hansa says, can that be fixed? Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think to some extent it is, the ship is righting itself. I mean, if I'm understanding your question, can the trend of really bad writing and just ideologically driven writing in Hollywood be fixed? One thing I kind of left out of my explanation is some of it is just corporate bloat. It's sort of committees, it's bureaucrats, people in marketing departments. Right? It's executives like Bob Iger who aren't creatives and don't understand the creative process, and everything is run through the algorithm now. What's the algorithm gonna like? Instead of like, how do you tell just an interesting, like Back to the Future? The original Back to the Future is kind of a crazy combination of brilliant writing but also serendipity. There's no that film would not happen in modern Disney today because they would have noted it to death. They would have overthought it. You know what I'm saying? So some of that can't be fixed in regards to Hollywood because they are, I love this word. I learned it from Victor Davis Hanson. They've become ossified, right? The word ossified, which I didn't used to know, it means stuck in your ways. It means you've become rigid and unable to change, right? To some extent, Hollywood is an old, aging, ossified 20th century model that's kind of stuck in its ways and doesn't really know how to change. So can Hollywood change? Well, do they want to make money or don't they? Disney doesn't care. Disney is fine. They will set stacks and pallets of money on fire, and they will laugh all the way because they're kind of more ideologically driven than. But let's put Disney aside. I think companies like Warner Brothers want to make money. And that's how they do their work. There are great studios in Hollywood that still have excellent work ethic and excellent talent. I'm a huge fan of Blumhouse Studios, which make a lot of really smart, low-budget horror movies, and some of them have gone absolutely crazy, like Insidious, the Insidious series. You have, I do believe the Conjuring universe, which I'm a giant fan of the Conjuring universe. I think that's a Blumhouse, if I'm not mistaken. The Conjuring Studio distributor. Let me see if I can find it. You know, I'll just ask Google. Is Conjuring a Blumhouse movie? No, it's not. It was produced by Atomic Monster, which merged with Blumhouse in January 2024. So it's now part of Blumhouse. So Blumhouse is known for producing horror films such as Paranormal Activity. I did like that. Insider, Sinister, The Purge, Get Out. Yeah, so The Black Phone, fantastic film. Five Nights at Freddy's, which was a smash hit success. Blumhouse is, you know, run by, I believe it's David Bloom, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's David Bloom is his name. David Bloom. No, it's Jason Bloom, I think. Jason Bloom. Sorry, I confused. Jason Bloom is the founder of Blumhouse Studios. Go look for some interviews with him. He is the absolute exact model for how you do this right. When he has a project pitched to him, first of all, it's got to be good. But second of all, he wants to know, how are you going to make this on a smart budget? And his whole philosophy of his studio is, we pay our actors in advance. We pay them well. They get residuals. The work earns its money. The work earns its money. In other words, it has a budget that is appropriate, that is manageable. We do not go over budget. We pay our people well, but we pay them correctly. We hire good talent. And if the film makes money, then we consider a sequel, right? The John Wick series does things this way. The John Wick series was never intended to be a series. John Wick was John Wick, but it did really well. It was moderately budgeted. It earned a good profit. They decided to make a second one. Second one did better. They decided to make a third one. They were going to end it there. Third one did great, so they decided to make a fourth one. They could have ended it there. They were going to end it there, but then the fourth one did great, so they're going to do a fifth one. And each time they try to delight the audience more than they did the previous time. I'm a huge fan of the John Wick series. They do approach it that way. So can there be change? Absolutely. But I would say we don't need them to change, because I think it is also part of a cycle of the universe. Things rise, they reach a level of glory, and then they fall. You know, we live, we prosper, we die. Which may sound gloomy, but it's not intended that way. It's just the cycle of life. New things arise, but there is such a thing as, like, the industry has had its day, and now it's time for something new. You know, theater used to be the only thing people watched, and then cinema took over. Now cinema's kind of on the way out, and video games have become the new art form. Now video games are becoming bloated with bad writers and DEI and a bunch of nonsense, and a new indie industry of video games is rising. And I think the same is true of us as writers. New writers must rise, a new industry must arise. So what I'm saying is, you are the change that you are looking for, my dear Hanzo. Starfury says, I am an elite athlete. I am Mother Teresa. Starfury, that's being a bit greedy. Would you not concede, sir? Would you not concede? Fu Man Blue says, is he defending the sippy cup again? Hollow words. I'm defending nothing. There's no sippy cup to defend. There is no sippy cup. Starfury says, I'm surprised the captain doesn't pull a muscle when he picks up the sippy cup. What? What? Come on, Starfury. Oh, jeez. I will have you know, I can bench press like a lot. Now, Starfury says, a show Bible is antithetical to Hollyweird. It has too much of a religious connotation. I know. Well, they could just call it a show tome or something. I don't know. But look, they're lazy. They're just lazy writers, so. Starfury says, Back to the Future remake, Marie McFly, black female rapper, Doc Brown, Asian trans woman, Biff is still a white guy. Yeah, I mean, look, you joke, Starfury, but you know it's going to happen. I mean, another thing that I would say about, well, never mind. Let's move on. Let's move on. It wasn't anything interesting. Never mind. The Acolyte. Where were we? I believe we were going to watch... oh, yes. I believe I was going to watch the Nerdrotic video. I'm gonna not watch the rest of that video because we did the Critical Drinker review, and instead, I think we're going to do Nerdrotic's review of episode 8. Because I haven't seen this. So this will be a live reaction. This will be the captain's first reaction to Nerdrotic review of Acolyte season finale. Hang on, where is it? There it is. Starfury says, at Moving the Earth, a.k.a. Fu Man Blue, glad to see you here. And we are very glad to see our Fu Man.
She ignites the lightsaber and backs him against the mouth of the cave, holding it to his throat. Her anguished eyes stare at him unfocused. Pressed against him, she meets his sympathetic gaze. He gently takes hold of her arm, the red blade still throbbing right in front of his throat. Osha gazes deeply into his eyes.
How does it feel?
Nerdrotic.com.
Dude, that is an excellent example of what I'm saying when I say nothing is earned in this show. Because look, is the trope of a good person being somewhat lured in by the mind of a bad guy, is there something you could do with that? Absolutely. The idea of an evil character seducing a good character, dude, that's a time-tested, well-trod, well-proven trope. I have no objection to that trope. In fact, I think it could have been really interesting. Look, I think Star Wars is kind of all about that. Star Wars is about the dark side seducing good people, right? The problem is, at that point in the story, there is no justification for that tension. There's no justification for it. It comes across as fairly ludicrous. It comes across as creepy, which is not how it's meant to come across. It's one thing if clearly, yes, this is meant to be a creepy situation. It's coming across as creepy because the characters are acting in ways that don't make sense for who they are as people. At this point in the story, Osha is basically a good person. She's trying to bring a killer, her sister, to justice. She doesn't want to kill her sister, but she does want to bring her to justice and stop the killing. She failed as a Jedi, but she cares about the Jedi. She admires them. She wishes she could have succeeded. She has a friendship with Yord, who was there when she was a young... She grew up with the guy. She grew up with Yord. Fandar. That would be the character played by Charlie Barnett, who, in the right script, could have been a good actor in the show as well. She just watched this man snap Yord's neck, stab her friend, Jecki, 3 times through the chest to her death. She watched this man murder 6 other Jedi Knights in cold blood, and then gleefully crow about it. She watched him almost murder Master Soul. Now she is this man's prisoner. At this point in the story, she has no justification as a character for being tempted by him. None. And so it comes across as a creepy, fetishistic fan fiction, which is not how it's supposed to come across. Now, if instead of that, what we were seeing was she had fought with the Jedi, he took out all the Jedi, he captured her, we spent an entire episode with her trying to kill him, trying to escape, trying to get away, but along the way, certain things are revealed that change her perspective. He wears her down. I would even be fine if it just leaned into Stockholm Syndrome. Literally, it's a mind game. He's psychologically breaking her down that would have even made more sense. And then she starts to form that, but that would have taken time. That would have taken careful character work. We would have needed to have the right backstory for her character to make that possible. So what I'm saying is, and this is not subjective. This is objective analysis of the story. This is a fact. The story did not earn any of that. That's not an opinion. It's not an opinion. That is a fact. This story did not invest the structure necessary for there to be genuine tension. And so, and look, to back up my point, 84% of the audience on Rotten Tomatoes agrees with me that this was not enjoyable for them. Well, this is why. This is why it wasn't enjoyable for 84% of the audience. That's an overwhelming supermajority. So I have objective data to back up what I'm saying here. Nothing in this show is earned, which is a pity, because it could have been. It could have been earned in talented hands. In fact, I was just thinking, like, there was a... God, it was just on the top of my head. There was like I'm trying to think of something where two characters who hated each other started to change their minds. Actually, there's a really great film, ironic, it's by Jar Jar Abrams, of all people, 10 Cloverfield Lane. It's not a perfect comparison. That's the other one I thought of. Okay, I'll give you the other example in a second. 10 Cloverfield Lane is a film in which this woman is being held prisoner by a kind of doomsday prepper played brilliantly by John Goodman. It's a great film. And Mary Elizabeth Winstead, who played Hera in Ahsoka, brilliantly plays this character. She is the prisoner of what she thinks is a deranged survivalist conspiracy theorist who thinks the world has ended and everything above is toxic. But really what she thinks is happening is he's kind of just living in a fantasy world and he's keeping her prisoner. And so it's a story about her being a prisoner wanting to escape. But then, I'm spoiling the film a little for you, it's revealed that he's right and that there actually is a poison cloud outside. And so so her perspective changes. Now she doesn't think she's the prisoner of some creeper. Now she thinks she's the prisoner of kind of a wacko, but there really is a danger, and he really is correct about this. Doesn't mean she loves him, and that doesn't really make a perfect one-to-one comparison. But you get my point, that her perspective is now changing over the course of the film as new facts are introduced. Another great film in this vein is Tau, T-A-U, Tau. It's on Netflix. Highly recommend it. She is the prisoner of this creepy sort of tech billionaire. He's a kind of Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk type character. And he's invented an AI. And the AI is keeping her prisoner at gunpoint. So in the beginning of the film, she's the enemy of this AI whose name is Tau. However, as the story goes forward, she starts to form a relationship with Tau. And you start to see a different side of Tau. He's not just a killer robot. It might be that there's more to Tau than you think. Watch it. It's a great film. It is an effective portrayal of how a character can go from being a prisoner who is the enemy of a character to potentially becoming their ally. And it requires good writing, which is not something present in The Acolyte.
Greetings, you over 1 million Hellions and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. The Force's female has come full.
Question from Hanzo Dostal. Do you dislike the character of Chimera? I feel like I'm answering all the questions, and I love answering questions. Well, what do you think, Hanza? Tell me what you think. Do I dislike the character of Chimera? He's not a character. So there's nothing to like or dislike. I neither like nor dislike. What I've said about this show is... I don't really hate this show because this show is nothing. It's nothing. Nothing is happening, nothing meaningful, nothing logical, nothing that makes any sense or is coherent. This is a morass of individual ideas that are totally disconnected from each other. None of the characters are an actual character. None of them are like real people to me. So I can't really like or dislike his character because he doesn't have one. So that's kind of... But do I think there was potential there? Absolutely. Like, believe me, in the right hands, the scene where he descends from the trees and wipes out all the Jedi in the hands of George R. R. Martin, That would have been or Ryan Condell of House of the Dragon, that would have been a showstopper. That would have been one of the best episodes of Star Wars we've ever seen. Now, the shills think that it is, and they're wrong. However, in the right hands, in Ryan Condell's hands, that would have been a brilliant scene because it would have been earned, and Chimera would have been an interesting guy. Manny Jacinto, I like him as an actor. I actually do. I can't believe I'm saying that because in the beginning, I just thought, oh, he's kind of a no-name, never seen him before. He's just filling a role. It turns out he's a damn good character actor. And so in the right hands, yes, Chimera could have been excellent. Unfortunately, he's nothing in the current form. Resume tape.
Cycle. Back on April 22nd of 2020, when it was announced that former personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein, Leslie Headland, will be heading a Star Wars project.
I just try to treat everything as if we're on RuPaul's Drag Race.
Many of us at the time.
How does this woman's fashion and hairstyle get uglier the older she gets? Like it gets she literally is dressing uglier in every progressive stage of her life.
I'm speculated it would be an intersectional feminist fever dream, focusing more on identity politics than actually crafting a story.
Yes.
Devolving into mystery box bullshit, which is a cheap way of circumventing characterization and narrative, with the added bonus of on-brand Disney Star Wars lore destruction, jingling key cameos, and fan attacks. And now, well over 4 years later, it's been confirmed. The Acolyte is indeed an intersectional feminist fever dream that focused more on identity politics rather than crafting a story that devolved into mystery box bullshit, which circumvented characterization and narrative, with a healthy serving of that on-brand Disney Star Wars lore destruction, key jingling cameos, and fan attacks. So let's get to episode 8 of the...
I'm kind of amazed. I thought that Yoda had escaped this series, but literally the final frame of the show is, Master, we must discuss something. And then you see Yoda's ears come up, and I'm like, oh my god, if this gets a season 2, Yoda is getting it. Star Fury, they're gonna destroy him. Fu Man, you're not going to believe what they do to Yoda if this gets a season 2.
The Acolyte, called The Acolyte. Previously on The Acolyte.
In the best parts about Star Wars is there is no good or evil. It depends on what side you're standing on.
Incorrect! Now, by the way, I cannot believe it, but this is Charlie Barnett who plays Yord. Dumb as a box of rocks, this guy. Like, dumb as a box of rocks. Actually a pretty good actor, which is kind of amazing. I think he could have been great in the show. Unfortunately, he plays a character that has no character, like every other character in this show.
Star Wars is there is no good or evil. It depends on what side you're standing on.
I feel like Star Wars is very like patriarchal, so it was kind of cool to have like this sort of woman-centered figure.
See, and by the way, this is a symptom. This is exactly what we're talking about when we talk about wokeness. Notice how she is putting down the very canon story that she seeks to be a part of, right? So she's saying the old Star Wars was bad because it was patriarchal, which is gross. And we're here to make this better by making it not patriarchal. Hey, how about this, you dumb bitch? How about this? Star Wars was neither patriarchal nor matriarchal. It was Star Wars. It was automatically a fun adventure story for anyone and everyone. It had strong men in it. It had strong women in it. It had everything. These wackos come along. We're minding our own business, enjoying our franchises. We're enjoying Star Trek or Doctor Who or Star Wars or Dungeons and Dragons. These wackos come along and say, oh, look how patriarchal that is. What? Oh, look how race-coded the orcs are in Dungeons and Dragons. How about you fuck off? Go away. Nobody asked you to come over here and start messing with shit you don't even like. So that's the problem. That's why this shit is shit. That's why the shills, while I wish them well personally, make me sick.
People have told me that it's the gayest Star Wars, and I'm frankly into it.
I carried them. I created them.
It's pretty gay, let's be honest.
But if you can't look and see that Anakin blowing up the Death Star
possibly killed millions and millions of people. I'm gonna get in trouble for saying.
You should just shut
Then
up.
it's
You
just
should
like,
shut up. I
but
love
that
you.
is,
You should
but that
shut
is
up.
the beauty of this story.
Are you people fucking retarded?
But the Jedi like you might call me Sith.
Now listen, that line is dumb as hell. Like that line of dialogue is clunky and awful. And by the way, it's not an opinion. That's objective. That is a derivative, lazy line. However, his performance of the line is fantastic. It really is. He's got a kind of swagger to him as a villain. So yeah, he could have been a good villain. I will totally grant that.
I can't help but feel partially responsible.
I think it's canon that R2D2 is a lesbian.
The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
I dropped a diss track. That's what I heard.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
You get nauseous when you drop through hyperspace? I don't get sick. I find it unsettling.
Oh my god, perfect example. I don't get sick. I find it unsettling. This woman, this is the wife of the showrunner, by the way. That's why she's here. Because it certainly is not her talent for acting.
I cannot see. I'm legally blind.
We open up directly following the events of episode 6, which was followed by the flashback episode 7, which was essentially a repeat of the flashback episode 3.
Oh my god, folks. Star Fury is over there in the Rumble chat. Oh my god. Star Fury. He got a timeout again. And I quote, Star Fury in the Rumble chat says, YouTube banned me again. No throbbing saber jokes allowed. Star Fury, you're going to have to really cool it. You know what you need to do, Star Fury? By the way, the link to the Discord is in the description. Join us. Have some fun with us. Star Fury, you need to continue chatting on Rumble. But also, what I want you to do is I want you to give your brilliant, witty, somewhat sensitive line, hand it off to Fu Man Blue in the Discord. Let him post it for you, because I have a feeling YouTube just has a vendetta. I think YouTube's got you on like a no-fly list. So you just need to have Fu Man Blue be your proxy. Just be careful, Fu Man Blue. Use your discretion, sir.
We last saw a diverse non-binary female protagonist putting on a helmet. And wouldn't you know it, she has a vision of diverse non-binary antagonist who was briefly a protagonist who is now back to being an antagonist, killing that guy from Squid Game, and she knows where they'll be later in the episode.
How convenient.
And because The Acolyte is somewhere between a CW show and the worst kind of 14-year-old girl fan fiction written as a coloring book, Little Wang, who wants to kill both the guy from Squid Game and the diverse non-binary antagonist who's briefly a protagonist who's now back to being an antagonist, and diverse non-binary protagonist who wants to stop diverse non-binary antagonist who is briefly a protagonist who's now back to being an antagonist from killing.
It's that ridiculous, folks. It is that bad. It is, I mean, I can't, this final episode was unbelievable. The stupid walking gerbil guy, the walking gerbil guy who's been trying to help Sol defeat May on the ship, suddenly turns on Sol and sabotages his ship with no explanation, no reason why he would do it. It's unbelievable.
That guy from Squid Game decide to go together in the same ship.
With what ship? I'm taking mine.
I'm going where exactly? I've seen where they are.
So we go together and see who gets to her first.
And you may or may not remember that the last time we saw diverse non-binary.
Okay, that's an excellent example to isolate right there. So in the final episode, Osha and Chimere decide that they are going to go find May on planet Brandok. And there's this weird negotiation. Oh, yeah, well, I'm going to go find her. Well, I'm going to go find her. Well, we should both go, and may the best one of us win. And it's like, okay, this is a kind of mutilated trope that our dear poor Leslie Headland, lesbian headlamp, is trying to deliver here. in the right context, what this actually is a negotiation. It's a power struggle, right? So in other words, two enemies with the same goal make an agreement to essentially have a ceasefire until they get there. And I wish I could think of, it's like right on the tip of my mind, but I know I've seen good examples of this in films. I'm trying to think of a good example. It's pretty obscure, but there actually is a good example in Star Trek The Next Generation. There's an episode of Star Trek The Next Generation. Help me out, Staffieri or Fu Man Blue. The name of this episode, I think it's The Chase. I might be wrong, but it's the one where the Romulans, the Klingons, the Federation are all looking for the same thing. They are looking for clues to this ancient alien civilization, which might hold the key to some super technology or something. The Romulans want it for global domination, galactic domination, I should say. The Klingons want it for the glory of the Klingon Empire. The Federation wants it to preserve it for science and posterity. The usual noble reasons. And so the race is on, right? And it's a rat race. They're all trying to sabotage each other. They all don't trust each other. At one point in the story, it becomes clear that the only way they can get to their goal is if all parties work together. And so for temporarily, the Romulans, Klingons, and Picard's ship, they all agree, okay, we're gonna put aside our differences so that we can get there. And then once we're there, may the best man win, right? Now, the reason for this, I forget the plot-driven reason. It's just been a long time since I've seen it. It had something to do with there was no way they could each do it on their own. They literally had to work together. They had no choice, or nobody would get the prize. That's called a negotiation, right? Fu Man Blue has the answer here. He says, yeah, the episode was The Chase. The crew of the Enterprise must race against various rival powers to uncover an archaeological secret that explains the predominance of humanoid life forms. Right, but the Romulans think it's going to be some kind of weapon, right? Whereas the Federation, they just don't want the Romulans to get it and hoard it because it's valuable knowledge. I forget what happens in the episode, but there's basically some obstacle that they have to work together or they won't be able to overcome it, right? So they have a ceasefire while they get it. My point is, this show is trying to cash in on a trope like that. The problem is, there's actually nothing to negotiate over. She is his prisoner. She is at his mercy. She does not possess knowledge he needs. They both know where May is. They both know. He has the ship. She is in his custody. There is nothing she can do to change that. There's nothing he needs from her. Right? So there's actually no reason for them to have this truce. So it makes no sense, and it makes her, quite frankly, an odious character. This is the man who murdered, snapped the neck of a childhood friend. The only conclusion I can draw is that she is a borderline sociopath psycho. Okay? She's a disgusting character at this point. How can you just work with a guy that killed your childhood friend? Murdered poor Jackie.
Binary antagonist who was briefly a protagonist who's now back to being an antagonist, and that guy from Squid Game, he had her restrained on a bed. Right, what you know, Leslie. Anyway, that guy from Squid Game was finally going to reveal the truth that he had been teasing all season.
I'll explain everything. I'll explain. It's time for me to face the High Council to tell everything.
Everything?
So you're going to listen. You and Osha are not twins. You're not even sisters. You're
Good thing we watched the last...
Dude, they do it every single episode. Someone is about to reveal something interesting. And listen, this is very crucial. This is a plot, story structure detail. If you are a writer, take care that you don't do this, because this is a tactic that bad writers do, right? They don't know how to reveal important information in its right time so that it preserves suspense, right? Because we still don't know what's going to happen, but also it's satisfying because it answers questions, it resolves mysteries without ending the story. So by the way, this is why writing is difficult. This is why it takes effort and work and craftsmanship, and not every, it takes years of work to get good at this, right? This is why, because you're threading a needle. Bad writers don't know how to do this. So in other words, the only source of tension that the writers think they have in this plot is that we don't know what Sol is going to say. So in order to prevent him saying it, a character interrupts him. You just saw a montage of every single time he was about to say it, someone interrupted him. And it happens again in the final episode of the season. It's unbelievable.
This episode, which was essentially a rehash of the third episode.
Now, by the way, I am not being critical of anyone in an audience who doesn't spot this stuff, because this isn't what you're not even supposed to know this consciously as an audience member. You're just supposed to suspend disbelief and enjoy the ride. That's your only job as an audience member. It's only when you're looking under the hood of the story you can sort of spot, if you're just a nerd or a writer, whatever, or, weaponized autism of the internet, whatever, right? You will see that this is a cheap trick. It's a cheap parlor trick that bad writers use to cover the fact that they don't know how to keep the tension going, right? But the audience doesn't need to know this. They're not supposed to know this, but it's there. They feel it, whether, they feel it as, gosh, the show's kind of boring. What's wrong? I don't really like this show. That's how the typical audience member experiences those errors, those technical errors in storytelling.
Which basically confirmed that diverse non-binary antagonist who was briefly a protagonist, who's now back to being an antagonist, set a fire in the highly flammable stone structure, killing the remaining coven of lesbian space witches that Mace Windu didn't kill when they possessed Kelnaka. And Sol can't help it if he's retarded and some lesbian space witch rematerialized around his lightsaber. What he is guilty of is having inappropriate connections to a youngling. But as it goes with mystery box storytelling, the audience has to wait for the uninteresting main character or characters to catch up with him. It's too bad the Jedi Master Sol didn't think to remove the plot convenience from his captive. And the diverse non-binary antagonist, who was briefly a protagonist, who's back to being an antagonist, gets away. It's barely an inconvenience. Nice helmet, by the way. But when that guy from Squid Game has diverse non-binary antagonist, who was briefly a protagonist, who's now an antagonist in his sights, Space Beaver sabotages him.
Space Beaver!
Whoop-de-doo! What does it all mean, Basil?
Diverse non-binary protagonist had the aforementioned vision and took Lil Wang with her. Diverse non-binary antagonist, who was briefly a protagonist, who's back to being an antagonist, crashes relatively close to the highly flammable stone structure. And that guy from Squid Game turns on his transponder, and the Jedi receive it. But there is one small scene worth mentioning, because it wouldn't be an episode of The Acolyte without Leslie Headland taking George Lucas's lore to Harvey's couch. Oh, I've used that one too much already. How about Dave Filoni taking George Lucas's lore to the doghouse? Because it happened, folks. They plagueist.
Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
You may think it's about the Sith Lord being betrayed and killed by his apprentice Palpatine, but in truth, he was arrested for stalking after being caught watching a young Asian man sleep in a cave on an island. At this point, Disney Analytics dictates there needs to be some action and lightsabers. And after diverse non-binary protagonist is somehow able to hotwire a door in a combustible stone structure where 16 years previous the generators blew up, we get Smilo Ren versus that guy from Squid Game in Crouching Patriot.
By the way, this was a cool fight scene. I thought the choreography was cool. But so what? So what? I don't care about the characters. I don't care why they're here. There's no tension. There's no suspense. I'm not worried about what's going to happen to either character. I don't care. They're non-characters. But yes, it was a pretty lightsaber fight.
Patriarchy and hidden misogyny.
Liu Kang. Liu Kang. Fight!
But they definitely were ripping off some of the visuals of the Revenge of the Sith fight with Anakin and Obi-Wan, which was a bit derivative and shameless, if I do say so myself.
Intercut with the matchup 5s and 10s of people were waiting for when diverse non-binary antagonist.
Oh my God! No, this is the most incredible thing you've ever seen. Okay, listen. my dear audience, I don't recommend you watch this show, but if you are so inclined to just watch a snippet of it, go to episode 8 and just fast forward to this scene. This is the most hilarious thing you've ever seen. This is, I swear to God, this is the worst. This is the worst fight I've ever seen in a D+ show. I mean, the worst. I would take Helena in the tuk-tuk chase in Indiana Jones over this. This is so bad.
Protagonist, who's now back to being an antagonist, tells diverse non-binary protagonist that guy from Squid Game killed their mom. It leads to a Disney Star Wars first, some sister-on-sister action, and it went down something like this. But in all seriousness, we did almost get some scissoring.
There you go.
And Smilo Ren pulled out his little Wang. That guy from Squid Game gets the best of Smilo Ren, and then we get a double heel turn. And I hope you're all keeping track at home because, quite frankly, I'm having trouble. Diverse non-binary antagonist, who was previously a protagonist, who's now back to being an antagonist, saves Smilo Ren from that guy from Squid Game.
This makes no sense. It makes no sense. I mean, I would need a freaking chart. I would need a whiteboard to track this, okay? Because, okay, that's May, by the way. That's May in the white there. Show starts out, she is a murderer hunting Jedi. On her way to killing the Wookiee with Chimere. She doesn't know he's Chimere yet, but she thinks he's one of Chimere's helpers, and so they're allies, right? She's on her way to kill the Wookiee. She suddenly decides that because her sister's alive, she doesn't need to kill the Jedi anymore. She's going to turn herself in and do the right thing. She's going to turn herself in and throw herself on the tender mercies of the Jedi. And she totally turns on Chimere. Now he wants to kill her because she turned on him. How dare she? Okay, fine. Now we get to the fight where Chimere slaughters all the Jedi. Well, there goes her plan. I guess she better run from her master, so she decides to run from her master. He catches up to her. What the hell happens? She winds up... That's right. May catches up to her. They fight. She winds up knocking out... Or no, Osha catches up to May. They fight. May winds up knocking out Osha. And then May, now that she's got Osha at her... Now, the whole reason that she decided to turn herself into the Jedi is to be reunited with her sister. Instead of getting away with her sister, she now decides, oh, this is an opportunity to continue my quest to kill the Jedi. What? So then she changes clothes with her sister, right? And hides and pretends to be Osha so she can get the drop on Master Soul. She tries to sneak up on Master Soul and knife him to death on the ship. What? She was going to turn herself in. Why is she now doing this again? She's still... And then, when Master Soul catches her, she escapes, stuns Master Soul. Does she finish him off? No. She decides she just wants to flee. She doesn't care about killing Soul anymore. She just wants to go get reunited with her sister. What? Then you've got Chimere, who still hates her, even though she's now back on mission. Well, she was on, then she's off. Then Chimere's got to go find her. Why does he care? Why does he care? Just let her go. Who cares? Oh, whatever. But for whatever reason, oh, I can't. She betrayed me. She's got to go. So Chimere goes to Brendok to hunt down May. So here's where we stand, right? May doesn't care about her sister, doesn't care about killing the Jedi. She didn't care about her sister, wanted to kill the Jedi. Now she doesn't care about killing the Jedi, now wants to be reunited with her sister on Brendok. She doesn't want to serve Chimere. He is now her enemy. She arrives on Brendok, discovers that Osha is there, gets in a fight with Osha, then discovers that Soul, who she does hate but doesn't want to kill, and Chimere, who she no longer wants to serve and is now an enemy of, she discovers that two of her enemies, basically, are fighting each other. She decides to save Chimere, who wants to kill her, by helping him kill Soul. Are you confused yet? Because this is why this show is ridiculous. It's insane, this show. How do you... When I say that watching this show is like pulling up a rock and seeing all the shit crawling around in Leslie Headland's brain, this is what I mean, folks. It's a rat's nest. Don't get it twisted.
This is the point where Disney Analytics dictates it's time to repurpose something from the real Star Wars.
Your hate has made you powerful. Fulfill your destiny.
Never. By the way, that's the greatest lightsaber fight in all of Star Wars for me, dramatically speaking. One of the greatest scenes in Star Wars. One of my all-time favorites.
Well, screw that. This is better.
Good, May. Feel your anger. This is the source of your pain. Strike him down, and your journey will be complete.
No.
So now it's diverse non-binary protagonist who was formerly an antagonist, who was formerly a protagonist, who was formerly an antagonist.
But wait! There's more!
Then diverse non-binary protagonist shows up and that guy from Squid Game admits he killed her mom.
And you killed her. You killed our mother.
Yes, I did.
Is that true?
Turning diverse non-binary protagonist into, you guessed it, diverse non-binary antagonist who was formerly a protagonist. And this brings us to what is undoubtedly a big W for DEI, a Disney Star Wars milestone. The first black female to identify as non-binary to force choke an Asian man, whose last words are, "I love you."
I did everything because I love.
Disney, I'm sure you're aware you have a bit of a reputation right now with the way your company acts and what you put into your scripts, and with something like this, it's really hard to argue that. Anyway, that guy from Squid Game says it's okay to kill him now.
Dude, this is insane. I didn't even catch that line. So he literally is saying, he's trying to say, "I love you," and then she's choking him. Do you realize what this implies? It implies that when we were joking and memeing on how creepy it was when Sol was like, "I have a connection with her," when she's a child, we were right. They were literally they were saying he fell in love with her as a child. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Stop talking.
This is completely out of character for Osha. This makes no sense in her character journey, such as there is one.
I better use my strong hand.
Fatality.
Then diverse non-binary protagonist who was previously an antagonist, who was previously a protagonist, who was previously an antagonist, smirks. And this is where things get shockingly stupid. Anakin's turn to the dark side in Revenge of the Sith was downright arduous compared to this. Diverse non-binary antagonist who was formerly a protagonist force chokes a Jedi with no training, bleeds on her kyber crystal, which turns her lightsaber red.
Dude, the GRIZZY shills on this is gonna be epic. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see the shill reaction. They're gonna go crazy, man. They're gonna, oh my God, it was blue and now it's red. It's blue and red. Just their head's gonna explode. They go wild for the colors, man. They love the colors. It's gonna be so bad.
Red. That's red.
Girls get it done.
That not so anticipated reveal of who is Smilo Ren's master? Well, we find out it's Jedi Master Nepo in a basic line of dialogue.
You're alive.
And I can hear you now, dear viewer. They're obviously setting up a confrontation between Smilo Ren, the twins, Jedi Master Nepo, and our Jedi Corps of cosplayers, and Darth Plagueis. And Plagueis killing everyone because that's the only way you can justify the Jedi not knowing about the Sith, and lesbian space witches who use the Force to conceive twins without a father. You sweet summer children, there you go again trying to make sense. Nope, Smilo Ren runs away with the twins. And instead of doubling his pleasure, the idiot mind wipes May and sends her back to the Jedi. No confrontation, no Darth Plagueis, The Acolyte ends with a series of meetings, and we find out who the true villain is. I mean, besides Kathleen Kennedy and former personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein, Leslie Headland, no, it's her wife, Jedi Master Nepo, who not only covers up the existence of the twins and her former Padawan has gone to the Sith, Jedi Master Nepo covers up the previous Jedi cover-up by framing Sol as the murderer of all the Jedi with this line, which also expresses exactly how Disney feels about George Lucas's Star Wars.
Oh, this is a terrible tragedy. It was the work of one flawed man.
And this show is the work of one flawed woman. When in doubt, blame the man who did nothing wrong. This is the point where Disney Analytics dictates there needs to be another pointless cameo.
Sorry to disturb you, Master. We need to talk.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
So what's Jedi Master Nepo gonna say here? Yeah, Master Yoda, there was this coven of lesbian space witches who conceived twins without a father that died mysteriously at the hands of some Jedi who covered it up. And then those Jedi were murdered along with a dozen others, directly or indirectly at the hands of my former Padawan, and I framed an innocent man for some of those murders? Or is she just gonna ask for some vacation time to take care of the one loose end? Whack Basil. And this scenario creates a lot of questions. Is Yoda complicit? Does he know about these cover-ups? And does he know about the Sith and has he been lying? Or is he a clueless idiot that leads to 50 more questions? And then I remembered,
I don't care.
I could go on, but I won't. The Acolyte is the worst Star Wars ever made, the worst Disney Star Wars ever made, and it's everything Kathleen Kennedy wanted, replacing heroism and masculinity with moral relativism, replacing talent with activists, and big shocker, it doesn't work. So ends the derivative fanfic forces female fever dream. The Acolyte is over, and so is Disney Star Wars, but inexplicably, they don't know it yet.
Nerdrotic.com.
Brilliant work. Yes, a round of applause for Nerdrotic. Salute yourself. I would just add to that, the worst Star Wars product ever made, the worst Star Wars show ever made. I would just add, it is the worst Disney Plus product ever made. I mean, it's unbelievable. It is what they left nothing on the table. They left nothing on the table. Terrible acting, terrible writing, clunky dialogue, nonsensical plot, zero character, conflicting character. I mean, you just everything, destroying the lore, attacking the fans. They left nothing. They left nothing on the table. It was, dude, it was like cosplay. Every scene with the Jedi was just cosplay, fan fiction, gobbledygook. I mean, what a piece of shit this show. This show is such a piece of shit. It's unbelievable. It defies predictive models. I couldn't have even predicted how bad it was going to be. I said it was going to be the worst one of these. I was underselling it, my dear sailors and starnuts. You know, I am the man that once said, I once said this. We, the Star Wars fans, are not the reasons that this crap is crap. You stupid creatives that cannot rub two freaking neurons together are the reason this crap is crap. None of you belong in a writer's room. None of you belong in an editing room. None of you belong directing a camera. These are stupid people that write this crap, and Disney is stuffed to the rafters with the lowest common denominator of talent I've ever seen. Folks, this year shocked me. Every single D+ series wasn't just subpar. It wasn't just boring. It wasn't just bad. It was an embarrassment. I can't even understand how that's possible. How is that possible? I just can't. So anyway, Ahsoka to me is the cherry on top. It is the final crowning achievement in a year of embarrassing, talentless hackery and woke fuckery. In a year stuffed with hackery and woke fuckery. Okay, so that's it. That is the end of that list. Say la vie. I'll be Zane. I hope if I never see another D+ boondoggle garbage fest, it'll be too soon. It will just be way too soon. So a round of applause for the most impressive achievement I've seen in maybe a decade. That is every single Disney show being an absolute masterclass in how not to create a show. Yes. Oh, Disney. Dibney. That was last year. That was last year. I was talking about Ahsoka. And Secret Invasion, all the other stuff, you know, Obi-Wan, all that. And then Acolyte. Acolyte has utterly dethroned Ahsoka. I was even like, I would say about 60% of the way through Acolyte, I was still saying I hated Ahsoka more just because Ahsoka had so much potential. But my God, I felt like I needed a shower after watching that final episode. I'm not kidding, folks. It was ridiculous. It was gross. It was gross watching that episode. You saw Gary breaks it down beautifully. Just the creepy, weird shit with so I love you. Oh, wow. What's up with that? These folks, what other explanation can I give you? You know, I've been sitting here having a wonderful conversation with a newcomer to our chat here on the Swords and Starship channel, Hansa Dostal, and welcome again. I can make it even simpler for you, because the question was, why is it like this? Because these are stupid people writing this stuff who eat glue, and it's very bad for your diet, okay? It does bad things to you. Don't eat it. Don't sniff it. Don't huff it. Glue is for gluing things. It's not for eating. It's not people food. Star Fury says Willow is the worst Disney show. Well, I didn't see it, so I can't be too harsh. What? Let's see. YouTube banned me again. No, okay, I saw that one. I'm reading the Rumble chat. Fu Man Blue is laughing about it. Says searching for the Iconians. Yeah, that's right. The Iconians were in that Star Trek episode. What is this comment, Star Fury? Go to Staples. We need a shitload of pins and colored string. Oh, yes, to parse through the many transformations of May and Osha. Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. We need a bunch of pins and strings. Ridiculous. Now, I'm sorry. Stormcrow, if you're still out there, I forgot to answer your question. So we're going to wrap it up with me answering your question. Now, you wanted me to do my sort of 3 layers of character analysis on one of the characters from the First Law trilogy. That would be Joe Abercrombie's brilliant Lord Grimdark, they call him. Brilliant Grimdark fantasy world. And dude, this guy writes characters like unbelievably well. Just unbelievably well. Takes forever for him to write a damn book, and that's probably why. Because these characters they're like life. They're like real characters. Frankly, they're even more interesting than real life characters. They're that good, folks. So he picked one character. He said, analyze Logan Ninefingers. I said that's too easy. Give me another one. He gave me San Dan Glokta, but I think I've done Glokta before. So why don't we do Logan Ninefingers? So let me share this with the chat, okay? Let's figure out... Actually, well, I did pull up a picture for Glokta. Here we go. Share screen. Let me share this. Yeah, here we go. Share this tab. Okay. So this is fan art of San Dan Glokta. This is from Joe Abercrombie's First Law trilogy. Okay. And it's kind of a dark, sort of, I would say, Renaissance fantasy world. So it's pretty brilliant. It's kind of like, yeah, I would say it's pretty close to the Renaissance era of Europe is kind of what this fantasy world resembles. So there are still kind of like barbarians with claymores, but there's also like a sort of elite, kind of like, Italian or French style Renaissance culture of nobles with, with fencing swords and stuff like that. This character, San Dan Glokta, he is a noble who was once a war hero who led a gallant charge to hold a bridge that was about to fall to the enemy, and he went riding on this gallant charge, and it was supposed to be like this heroic stand of the Spartans at Thermopylae, and he was gonna, but he forgot the part about how you die at the end of that. And so what happened was he charged into a heavily superior force, they pulled him off his horse, and he was taken prisoner by the enemy, and he lost badly. And he was tortured for a year in the dungeons of his enemies. Okay, so he was hot shit. Like he was like Jaime Lannister basically. He was like Jaime Lannister in his prime. He was hot shit. He could kick ass. Everybody loved him. He was handsome, good looking, all that stuff. They torture him for a year in the dungeons, and he's a young man at this time. He basically winds up totally crippled. Like he can't walk without a cane. Every muscle of his body hurts. He's somewhat lost control of his bowels. Like he basically shits himself every morning. It's humiliating. He looks ugly and shriveled now. And they pulled out, just to really fuck with him, they pulled out his every other tooth. Okay. But the way they extracted his teeth was so that they pulled out every other upper tooth, and then they pulled out the opposing tooth on the lower jaw. So in other words, when he closes his teeth, all of the teeth touch the gums, right? So he has just enough teeth that they only close on the gums. He cannot chew solid food, right? Oh, shit. Am I not sharing? I thought I was sharing. I'm sorry. Sorry. The whole time I thought I was sharing this picture. This is San Dan Glokta, the character. I'll do Glokta. Okay, I'll do Glokta. All right, so this poor guy, he has had a very bad time. Well, he got returned to his country. They sent him back, and now he is a hideous cripple, and all of his old noble friends, they don't want to look at him. They're all very nice. He's a war hero. He's like a war hero, but he's like an ugly, tortured POW war hero, and nobody likes him anymore, and he's lost everything. At the beginning of the story, this is all backstory, right? This is all backstory that we learn as the story goes on. But essentially what happened was he came home and he had lost his place in high society. He technically was still kind of wealthy, but what was he supposed to do with his life? He was gross. No woman wanted to marry him. So he looked for something to do. And what he found that they don't care how ugly you are in the King's Inquisition. So he joined the Inquisition. And he became an inquisitor. And what he basically does is he's essentially a torturer. He is basically a Gestapo. He goes around arresting enemies of the crown, and he tortures them for confessions. He is hated, he is feared, and he is extremely powerful. And he is basically a king's enforcer. But there's a pecking order. And, the price that he pays for that is that he serves at the pleasure of the Grand Inquisitor. They call him the Arch-Lector. So he's an Inquisitor, which ranks below the Arch-Lector. And the Arch-Lector, abuses his power. He's a piece of shit, totally. He'll have his own guys thrown to the wolves if he has to. So Glokta kind of walks on this knife's edge, okay. Beginning of the story... that's what he is. He is an odious, ugly torturer, okay? Now, I'm going to recommend to you that if you're going to read this book, and it's a fantastic read, I actually recommend that you do the audiobook. It's called The Blade Itself. It's part of the First Law trilogy by Joe Abercrombie. Let me see if I can find... Hang on a second here. Let me see if I can find an example of the cover. Good night, Starfury! Good to see you, my dear sir. The First Law trilogy. Here we go. Find a good image here. There's some cool artwork of Joe's stuff, I have to say. But yeah, here you go. So yeah, this is the book series. First Law trilogy. The Blade itself is the first book, Before They Are Hanged, and The Last Argument of Kings. He now has a second trilogy, and he has an anthology trilogy, which includes Best Served Cold, which is a fantastic book. By the way, with a female warrior. A female warrior is the main character in this book. But let me tell you something. This is how you do a badass babe. Because, number one, the book addresses the fact that normally men would not follow a female leader in this world, so they address that. Why do men follow her? And it's not always because she's the best warrior, the best tactician. There's other reasons. She's kind of a cold-hearted bitch. Like she'll cut you, man. It's very cool. It's very cool. But also, she gets into situations where, you know, she has to win battles with her skill and her wit and her tactics. She cannot stand toe-to-toe with a big-ass dude with a claymore. She's got to find another way to beat him. Interestingly, she winds up in a sword fight. It's one of the best sword fights I've ever read in a book. She winds up in a sword fight with another swordsman who is of equal, actually slightly better skill. And this is a guy she actually could fight, you know, because he's actually kind of a match for her, but he's actually a better swordsman, and she's getting her ass kicked. It's and the way she wins, I won't spoil for you, but it's fantastic. Anyway, so great series, check it out. Now, Glokta is my favorite character in this universe. He's absolutely fantastic. Stormcrow's question was, Captain, can you analyze the surface layer, the conscious layer, the subconscious layer, and the deep-seated layer? And I haven't thought about this, so I'm doing this off the cuff. But I would say the conscious layer of Glokta is he hates himself. I would say the conscious layer is he's kind of low-key suicidal, but he can't quite close the deal because he kind of he clings to life just enough. That's actually not really the surface layer. I would say the conscious layer of Glokta is he is a man that needs puzzles to solve. He likes solving puzzles, and he needs to stay busy. And the thing that he's best at is investigating. He's a good investigator. He's basically a detective. That's basically what he functions as in the story. But he's a good detective, as he puts it, because he just needs to know. He needs to know why. And so he's actually kind of part of a why done it story in the first book. There's multiple arcs in the same story. But I would say it is his insatiable curiosity, his need to know the truth, that is his driving key character trait on the conscious level. So he needs something to do. This is what he's best at, and so he does it. But in his internal dialogue, he'll be torturing someone who was a friend of his, but he's doing it because he needs the confession and whatever. And he's literally torturing the guy ruthlessly, but in his own mind, he's saying, why do I do this? He does, like, he's a noble. He's wealthy. He doesn't have to do this. So he actually admits to himself he doesn't know why he does this, right? He's an awful human being, and he kind of knows it, right? And nobody likes him. Anyone who sees him, who was a friend of his back when he was handsome and dashing and a warrior, they avoid him. They cross the street, or if they're stuck in his presence, you know, he'll deliberately smile so they can see his hideous teeth because he likes rubbing it in. Like, screw you, admit it. You think I'm ugly and hideous. Screw you, my you phony people. That's the conscious layer. I would say the subconscious layer with this character is, well, he's a man who has learned a very painful lesson, which is he assumed back when he was handsome, young, dashing, and beautiful, and wealthy, and had all the advantages in life. He was arrogant. He was an incredibly good swordsman. He assumed all of those things were his due, right? He took those things for granted. Then he made a very stupid decision for exactly all those reasons, because he was so handsome, because he was so good with a sword, because everybody loved him, he was popular, he was supposed to win that battle. And he took it for granted that he had the skill and the ability and the daring and the heroism to win it. And he lost. And then, rather than dying heroically, which is the alternative outcome he assumed might happen, he wound up alive and in the clutches of his enemies for a year, and they showed him the truth, which is that we are all kind of reducible, let's say, to beggars. The most noble, highborn person in the world can be reduced to a hideous beggar that nobody wants to even look at. And so he came face to face with the frailty of life, right? So what I would say the subconscious layer with Glokta is that he got a peek behind the curtain that almost no one ever gets a peek at, right? Noble, beggar, king, commoner, most of them just take their roles in society for granted. If I'm a blacksmith, I'm a blacksmith, and this is the way life is. If I'm a king, everything is my due, and that's the way life is. But none of them consider that if they were to spend a year tortured in a dungeon, they would find out just how ugly life can really be. However bad or good they think they have it, they have no clue, right? Now, Glokta does not consciously think of all this, but he experiences it every time he encounters one of his old buddies who kind of is like, oh, Glokta, how you doing there, buddy? He knows deeply, primally, how he looks to them. He knows that if he were in their place, he'd be acting exactly the same way, which only makes him hate them more and makes him hate himself more. And so really, it results in this kind of deep self-hatred. This subconscious, he resents them, but he also understands why they're repulsed by him at the same time. And so it is the fact that he can never go back. He can never go back through the looking glass. He has seen the ugliest life can possibly be. Therefore, he has no choice but to live in that ugliness. And it is that very ugliness that attracts him now. It drives him. Being an inquisitor, torturing people, which is what was done to him, is the natural thing for him because he is a hideous wretch. He knows that every human being is ultimately reducible to a hideous wretch. The most beautiful, pristine king can be turned into him. And he, what's more, does that very thing for a living. So what else could he do? That's the subconscious layer. I would say the deep-seated layer with Glokta is, and this deep-seated, like he doesn't even have any clue that this is who he is. And this is spoiling the story a little bit, but I have no choice. I would say the deep, and by the way, I would not know this until I got pretty much all the way to the end of the story and saw the whole fullness of the trilogy. I would say the deep-seated layer with Glokta is, he's actually a compassionate and good man. What? How could that be? He actually is a man of deep empathy and compassion. And all of that, when he was young, was buried under all of his noble arrogance and all of his ego. It was all buried, and he flaunted his wealth and his privilege and his power and all of that. Now that he's a cripple, right, it's buried under all of his self-hatred. It's buried under all the ugliness. I mean, he believes consciously he's a bad person. He believes consciously he's the lowest form of scumbag. He totally thinks that of himself. What he doesn't realize is underneath that, what's driving him is what drove him back when he was an arrogant noble. He wanted to be a hero. He wanted to make a difference for good, and some part of him still wants that. And so the way this is revealed in the story is that he often runs into little circumstances where he can do a good deed for someone that most of society overlooks, and there's no benefit to him if he does it, but he does it. In the second book, he's tasked with defending a city against an impossible siege that he knows he will lose. Folks, it's brilliant. It's brilliant how they chronicle this siege from the beginning of the book to the end. I love it. It's one of the best sieges I've ever seen in a book. It's fantastic. In any case, he must defend the indefensible city, which, by the way, the king knows it's a gambit. The king is willingly going to let the enemy take it, and he knows this going in. So it's a kind of humiliating, almost suicidal posting, but they put him there anyway, and he just does it because he's told to do it. And the weird thing is, he doesn't even resent the Archlector for giving him this shit job, because everything he does is a shit job. What's one more? He doesn't really care. But because he is who he is, he decides he has to do it. He has to defend the city. And so he does his best to defend it. And what's fascinating is on the way to defending the city, he kind of does things that actually help people. He shows mercy on a traitor and lets her go because he takes pity on her. He does things to help the citizens of the city a little bit. He can't really do much to help them. They're kind of going to get what they're going to get. There's not much he can do, but he does little things to actually kind of help the people of the city, even though it's hopeless. And he doesn't even understand why he does it. And it's because some part of him does have great compassion for people. You know, he doesn't always act on that compassion because most of the time his job is to torture people for confessions and do the dirty work of the king and carry out assassinations and whatever. Or find incriminating evidence on someone who's innocent. But in between those little evil odd jobs, if he has an opportunity to show compassion to someone, he does it. And then right after doing it, he says, why do I do this? It's fantastic. So there you go. Conscious layer is he just needs puzzles to solve because what else is he going to do with his time? The subconscious layer is he's seen the ugliest life gets, and so now he can't unsee it. He sees through everyone and everything, so there's nothing else for him to do but be the king's investigator. There's just nothing else for him to do. And the deep-seated layer is it turns out he's actually deep down at least someone who wants to be a really good person. In a world, by the way, filled with assholes. He is in a world filled with assholes. It's one of the brilliant things of the whole show. In fact, it's kind of fascinating when you compare it with Acolyte, because in the Acolyte, you could tell that Leslie Headland wanted you to be invested in Osha. Oh, she's such a good person. I want her to survive and clear her name. And she wanted you to hate May. Oh, she's so bad. She's killing all these Jedi. And then she wanted you to be sort of stunned when, oh my God, it turns out that Osha's kind of the bad guy and May's kind of a good guy and whatever, who cares? But what's fascinating about the first Law trilogy is you start out with Glokta being this odious, evil monster. By the end of the story, you realize he's almost the best of them. He's almost the best guy in the story. And the guy you thought was kind of the hero in the beginning is a piece of shit. He is a scumbag. And it's like, it's pretty brilliant. It's freaking great. I love these books, and they are incredibly well written. So there you go, Storm Crow. If you're still out there, I hope I answered your question, sir. I hope I answered your question. Well, how do we feel about the Thursday Captain's Cast? Do we want it back, folks? I think we do. I think we'd love a Thursday Captain's Cast to return. I certainly would. It's time. We fixed the connectivity issues. We fixed the echo. We even improved the background, as Fu Man Blue so generously pointed out. I'm not done with the Acolyte. I probably have a few more thoughts, but what I will say is, I wish this were the end of Disney Star Wars, I really do. We don't need any more of this crap. My God. But the Book of Boba Fett, Mandalorian Season 3, Ahsoka, the bar just kept going lower and lower and lower. And now we have the Acolyte. Folks, I don't even want to imagine how much worse it could get. This show is one of the grimiest, oiliest, awfulest thing I've ever seen. It's a joke, it's ridiculous, but at the end of the day, don't sweat it, folks. Because the Acolyte, it's nothing. Call it Rebel Moon the Acolyte. Nobody cares. And nobody will care. Well, that is the Captain's Cast. Ahoy, Tom, I see you in the chat. Right at the end. Snuck in at the end, lurker, you dirty lurker, you. Thanks for showing up on a Thursday. I had to make it up to you. I missed last Sunday, and we'll be here this Sunday. Here on X and YouTube, Rumble. What else am I on, Mr. Producer? All right, thank you. Okay, cool. I got them all. Like, subscribe, share the podcast out there. Think of someone you know who might like it. And we'll have more fun with it. So, in any case, this has been the Captain's Cast. I am your host, Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel. And as always, my dear sailors and star nauts, this is Captain Garrett saying I will see you out there.